You win.
Hi, chat. How you doing? Welcome in. Happy Thursday. Yes, late once again. It has been another bad day. Not a bad day. Just the way that things have gone. I am late. That's it. That's it. What's the main thing that's made me late? Video games. It is, of course, video games. That's why I'm late. That's the main reason. I woke up super early. I got a call at the door. Super early is not. It's ridiculous. It was 11 a.m. And obviously that's earlier than what I'm getting up at the moment. So I essentially woke up very early. That's what I'm sticking to. Yeah. So that's that. I was very tired. I stayed in bed for an hour or so, watched some stuff. I can't remember what I watched. I genuinely can't even remember what I watched. You know when you're in that state and you're just like, I'm so tired, but I'm gonna stay awake. So I don't know what I was watching. It was just some YouTube stuff. Might have been a video about Lord of the Rings Battle for Middle Earth. Maybe, I think. Did you get your beans and toast or whatever you freaks eat for breakfast? Good afternoon to you as well, comrade. Dude, I had eggs and muesli. Look at me, I'm 36. Like, what, you think I'm eating like weird British garbage for breakfast? Yeah, I think I watched a video. I think I watched a video about that, and got up, did some various different chores, had my eggs and muesli. And then it was like, right, okay, time to sit at the desk. Hopefully I'll get some work done. No work done at all. Zero work done other than get all my stories ready for the stream. That was it. Just got my stuff ready for the stream. Uploaded the VOD from last night. That was it. So yes, it's been another incredibly lazy day. But here I am. I'm here. We're doing it. What's going on? How are you all doing? It's good to see so many people in the chat as per usual. We have got in the chat, we've got Ninny, we've got Connor, we've got Val, we got Steph, we got Sally, we got Johnny, we got RTE Clearance, we got Rob, we got Banker with a W, we got B-Rat, we got Addy Kemi, and we also got Network. How are you all doing? I'm drinking tea, very tired, happy to be here. Hell yeah, good for you. You can tell I'm getting serious and into work mode when the glasses come off. Now it's time to get serious. I ran to Tesco to get something to eat. I'm doing that now. So, you know, you just have to bear with me. Top content this, isn't it? Perfect. Okay. I just had to plug the charger in. Don't want to have another accident for the bad lamb. I don't want to jinx it, but I think I finally got some real unionizing talk going on at work. Oh, that's so good. That's well good. I love that. Talk us through it. What's happening? What are you talking about? Hey, Krill, what's up? Good to see you. Val said I had another really lazy day today as well. Exerted myself the past few days, so it's been nice. Good for you. Good for you. I got the flu or COVID or some shit. I've just been playing Factorio at home. Oh, no. Sending you lots of love and healing vibes. I hope you're enjoying Factorio. What else? What else am I talking about? You caught something from your nephews? Oh, I'm sorry to hear it, Krill. You healed, but the doc gave you sick leave till Sunday. These fucking Belgians, man. Get a load of these Belgians. Getting sick leave for an adequate amount of time. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's so crazy. I'm vaccinated, so hopefully I cruise through it. Yeah. I hope you do, man. I hope you do. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I've not really done much stuff today. Like I said, had a very late wake up, late rise, played a bunch of video games, watched a bunch of streams, and then I, you know, got live. That's it. That's the majority of my day. I fed the ginger bug. That was it. I'm hoping to get the ginger bug on the go by this time next week, and then I can hopefully start my homemade fruit soda. That's very exciting. Hello, Rector. Why are you doing exclamation mark title? Not only is that not a command in my chat, but why can't you see the title? What possible platform could you possibly be watching on where you don't know what the title of the stream is? I can read you the title of the stream if you like. I've just got started. The title of the stream is US Abducts Scottish Citizens with an angry face emoji, so you know how I feel about that. Strikes and riots in France with a raised fist emoji. You know how I feel about that. Erika Kirk meeting leak with a laughing crying face emoji, so you know how I feel about that. And then it's just got my exclamation tip, exclamation YouTube, and exclamation Patreon commands in the title, because those are the things that I want you to do. So I hope that helps. Welcome to the stream. One who reads, how you doing? Good to see you. There's always an error sharing my streak, but I promise it's 10. I believe you. That happens a lot on mobile for you. If you click on the channel points bit, you should be able to share it from there. Thank you very much for educating the chat, Steph. We got a load of stuff to cover, as the title implies. There's so much stuff to have a look at. Should we get started? We've got to get started. I just think we got to get started. You know? We're going to start with this. This is fun. This is fun stuff. Oh, what's that? That looks like an interesting coastline, doesn't it? Very interesting coastline there that we can have a look at. I wonder what this is going to be about. BRAT says, I don't want to get too specific, but we had some prior failed unions before I started because people kept backing out after signing up. Thinking of getting at least twice the minimum members this time. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. BRAT, that's very exciting. Email us on Red Planet. You know the score. Send us an email based at redplanetshow.com. Include your name and pronouns if you're cool with that, and we will share your based stuff on the show. That's That's the interesting coastline, the kind of thing one of my geology instructors would say, showing this image. Hello, PvP. Let's have a little listen. Let's have a little watch and a little listen. Hi, Luna. Oh, no.
Sit. Good boy.
Not fitting.
Sit. See, they do what they're told. Do you want a treat? Yeah, no, I've run out. I haven't got any more. I think when you buy the sea, the weather is everything. It's something you can't control in any way at all. You're out here, exposed to nature. You're not actually the master of your own destiny. It might start raining in 10 minutes' time. I just find, to be honest with you...
Oh my god, is he crying? This is crazy. By the way, this guy's a fascist. Just so everybody is clear, this is Nigel Farage. That's who this is. He's gonna cry. What's going on?
Yeah, I spend my whole week surrounded by people. You know, do this, decide that, and out here, being on my own with the dogs.
Do this, decide that.
I've always loved the coast, ever since I was a kid, been fascinated with the sea, and so it's actually pretty cool to represent the seaside constituency. We got miles of sand, and then this bit with the sandstone cliffs and the marshes out beyond. I've fished with all my family over the years, and certainly my two sons have really taken to it in a very, very big way. Yeah, the trouble is it all gets a bit competitive. Who's catching the most, who's catching the biggest fish. You think you're out having fun, but somehow...
His two sons. How old is he? He's like... Buddy, the youngest your sons could be. I mean, he could have had kids really late. But I feel like this motherfucker had kids whenever he wanted. Which would have probably been about 20 fucking years ago, man. Do you know what I mean?
Blokes together fishing, yeah, it does get a bit competitive. The biggest fish I've caught in the UK is bluefin tuna, all catch and release, but you know, big fish weighing several hundred pounds. But I've fished in Africa, I've fished all over the world. But this is home, and here we are. It's January, the sun's coming up, it's gorgeous. Right, come on then, doggies, let's get moving, shall we? Let's go somewhere different. There we are, all along this coast.
Hey, man, load marches.
These relics from the 1940s are all still here. So these were all anti-aircraft and anti-invasion positions right along.
Oh, here we go.
Still in amazing condition. I collect all sorts of military, but I can't collect this. I can't move this, but I've collected loads of stuff. I'm fascinated by not just the military aspects of the wars, but the civilian engagement, what everybody did, women going.
He's not looking well. I have to say, that close-up was pretty bad. He's not looking very good.
To work, all of those sort of things. There's plenty of rich history on this coast. You know, we talk about the economic problems, the law and order problems, but there's a more fundamental problem. We've actually stopped loving the country we're part of. And I still think we've got amazing influence around the world. There's so much we can do. We've got a very rich history, and we're not cherishing it. We've lost that basic sense of patriotic pride, and that's about putting our own people first. Doesn't mean we don't like anybody else. We believe in the nation, we believe in its history, we believe in its heritage, we're determined to pass it on. And that, I think, has been lost in a very, very big way. And yet I sense, particularly with the younger generation, they're hungry. They want that identity, they want that sense of belonging, they want something to be proud of. And when I formed this party, I said it was about family, community and country. And maybe we should talk a bit more about the country bit, because it really does matter. It does to me. But however bad it looks, things will turn around. They always have in the past. The good days will return.
What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What was that supposed to be? Bro! What was that supposed to be?
Sonic will never again be a pain in my ass!
By any means, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you very much. My God. They spent a lot of money on this, and you can tell because they got some really good cinematography finally. Not perfect, by the way. The in this particular bit, where is it? It's like the first shot that you see him. In this particular shot, it's like really like washed out. Like it's quite a big contrast from that shot to that shot. It just like you can see that the sun's behind him. And they really weren't thinking about the sun being behind him at all and how much exposure that would have. And so this shot just looks like really bad. Yeah, no, the grading is all over the place. But it looks quite good in some bits. Like, this shot is crazy because it's like... What, were you supposed to get, like, the horizon or some shit? I don't know. You know, we got some drone shots and stuff. And no mention of policy, funnily enough. No mention of policy whatsoever. Just, things are going to turn around. It didn't even sound like he was complaining that much about how bad the country is. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, you could tell in that one shot they upped the contrast, yeah. It's total vibes-based stuff. And then he, like, signs it like this. It's like a weird 90s dating video. You know? Or just like, you know, you can imagine Leonardo DiCaprio doing something like this when he was like 18. He's like playing on the beach and being like, you know, I'm just trying to like go with the flow, man. I'm just trying to be out here, do my thing. I go surfing with the boys, the pussy club, the big pussy club, whatever the fuck, the fucking, the purple pussycat, whatever the fuck they called that. Those three guys that were hanging around. Being sex weirdos, I don't know. It is giving perfume advert Morgana. Hello. It's so weird. It's just so completely weird. It's just nothing. It's just absolutely fucking nothing. And that's surprising considering they're supposed to be trying to win this by-election. You know? It's just vibes. It's just total vibes. Let's also have a look at this. We've got my MP here, who I love and I support loads. And I definitely don't get mad with her terrible work that she does, which is nothing. She doesn't do anything. Here she is saying, only Labour could defeat reform in this by-election. A vote for any other party risks letting them in. Manchester is proud of its diversity. Together, we must stand up against reform's division and hate and elect a local Labour MP who will stand up for the values we share. That's also wrong. Wrongo bongo. Let's have a little look at this video. She's disabled replies, by the way, and she's also hidden a reply. Because one of her fucking friends, oh my god, I wish I would have screenshotted this. It was so funny. She literally put it to, like, people who you follow only. Right? And then one of those people replied to this and said, Lucy, can you talk about how fucking insane it is that your party stopped Andy Burnham from running? Because yes, you're right, this is a really important seat for you to win. And can you unlock the replies so that everybody can tell you the same thing? And she totally fucking ratioed her as well. It's so mad she's hidden that reply. Can you see hidden replies? I guess she didn't. I am so certain that she did. I'm so certain that I saw this. Maybe she like phoned a friend and said delete this. I don't know. I remember seeing it so clearly, chat. It was definitely real. I didn't just imagine it. Right, anyway, let's have a little fucking look.
I've been here today with some Labour activists to get our campaign really off the ground.
Oh,
and
man.
what we're saying to people here in Gorton and Denton and across the constituency is that you need to vote Labour, not just to get a Labour MP, but to keep Reform out. It's only Labour or Reform here. The Greens don't have any presence on the ground. They don't have any councillors. And if you take a risk voting Green, you're going to let Reform in. And that's what happened in the Runcorn by-election.
They are so scared. They are so scared of the Greens. It is so funny, man. This is absolutely wild.
We lost that by 6 votes because people voted Green.
No, you lost that by 6 votes because you're shit and no one fucking likes you.
And we let in that nasty, poisonous politics of Reform, and we don't want that in Manchester. I've been here today with...
Crap. Rubbish. Absolutely rubbish. Nonsense. Weak as fuck. Hey Kairos, how's it going? Everybody please go follow Kairos Rev. Another comrade from Brazil. How are you doing, friend? It's good to see you. Just thought I'd start us off with a little bit of that. Yeah, a little bit of wet political videos. Political campaign videos from mainstream parties. By the way, chat. This is the same strat that they tried in Caerphilly. And I know that we went over this yesterday, but it just bears repeating, yeah? They were sending this fucking bus around Caerphilly. A vote for Plaid Cymru risks letting Reform win. Can we have a look at the Caerphilly by-election results again, just to drive this point home? The images of this? I think there are. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There you go. 11%. Fucking 11%. Yeah. Yeah, famously, the antidote to Reform poison is an identical poison that has the same politics. No, yeah, US and UK politics... Because, you know, with Labour recently as well, particularly, there has been this adoption of the US politics in terms of, like, blaming people, you know, blaming the electorate and blaming the voters for voting wrong, rather than themselves having, like, shit and terrible policies. It's just so fucking frustrating. So anyway, that's the strat that they tried. Can you search to Lucy Powell, Andy Burnham maybe for that reply? Let's have a little look. Let's have a little look and see. Go to search, don't you? And then you do that. There's going to be loads. Oh, here we go. Oh, no, it was on a different tweet. It was on a different tweet. She hadn't hidden it. She hadn't hidden it. This is fucking funny as fuck. This is why I've been saying what I have. Only voting Labour defeats Reform. A vote for the Greens or any other party risks a Reform MP in Manchester. Lucy, you've disabled replies, so as one of the few people who can respond to this, I feel I should. If the Labour Party genuinely believes this, it's morally repugnant that it didn't let Andy Burnham run. Now enable replies and let everyone else say it too. 2,000 likes. It's so good. She just like I'm being real. I would have hid this. If this had happened to me, if I got ratioed in this way, like for saying something this stupid, I would have hidden the reply. We don't need to screenshot it. It's on the screen. It's on the stream. I'm recording, you know? I'll be able to get it later. I'm going to upload it to the VOD channel, you know? It'll be fine. Hey, Litty, what's going on? Try installing Thunderbit add-on to see... Thunderbit? Oh, Thunderbit. I thought you said Thunderbrit. I was like, what in the fucking gammon is Thunderbrit? Carol is pretty base. She helped break Cambridge Analytica. Yeah, she seems like she's sort of Labour soft left. You know, she's followed by a bunch of people that I know, a bunch of activists and stuff. So, yeah, you know. Yeah, only Labour are allowed. Only Labour are allowed to ruin Labour. Let's check out the first news story of the stream, chat. We're there. Thunderbrit sounds like an obscure Marvel hero. No, it sounds like the worst Marvel hero. Let's take a little look at this video from Ross Gray of Scottish Greens in Holyrood today. And let's see what he's saying.
2 people have been abducted from Scotland in the middle of the night by the US military, despite our highest court ordering that they be kept here under our jurisdiction. The First Minister has spent months trying to charm Donald Trump. This strategy has failed. He's not our ally. He is a fascist. Our sovereignty has been violated. Our courts have been defied. And a foreign military has abducted 2 people from our territory. The Scottish and UK governments need to respond to this. The US military uses Prestwick Airport as a de facto base. That airport is owned by the Scottish government. Will the First Minister show Trump that his piracy has consequences? Will he evict all American troops from Prestwick Airport immediately?
First Minister.
President Officer, I understand the strength of feeling on this issue, and that's why I've come to Parliament to give this statement, because it is so important that I'm clear with Parliament and with the public that in every respect the proper application of the legal processes of Scotland have been applied in this case. Now, what the Scottish Government cannot do, what the Lord Advocate cannot do, is cannot exercise powers we do not have. So I made a point in my statement that at no stage did we have the legal basis to board that vessel. And that limits what the Scottish Government can do, but what it indicates, and what we have indicated, is that where individuals have to, there's to be any question of interaction with the legal process, those individuals have to be able to exercise their rights in the Scottish jurisdiction, which of course, as Mr Greer knows, will involve ECHR rights as well. So all of these factors, I want to assure Mr Greer that all of these factors and powers have been properly and fully applied by the Lord Advocate. Now, in relation to his points in connection with Prestwick Airport, Prestwick Airport operates at arm's length from the government. It has particular responsibilities to exercise, and we will...
Bro, this guy's in the Scottish National Party. The Scottish National... Like... You are supposed to be proud of Scotland and whatever little sovereignty it has. If you are the First Minister, if you're the leader in Holyrood, right? Wait, is he? Wait, am I wrong? Wait, is he in the SNP? He is in the SNP, right? Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's the leader of the Scottish National Party as well. I thought he was. He's also the First Minister of Scotland. You know, this is like Scotland's version of the Prime Minister, basically. And it's like, you know, you are supposed to give a fucking flying fuck about what is going on in your country. And my man's just there being like, oh, you know, Prestwick Airport, yeah, they don't really talk to us, man. They don't really, you know, they do what they like. And it's like, what do you mean? That's not an answer. That's not a fucking answer, man. The key point that Ross Gray was saying was fucking, you know, we have fucking said, we have demanded that these individuals remain in Scotland, and the US has just gone over that. They've just gone right over the head of the people of Scotland and abducted these 2 people. So this is the news that the US has abducted 2 Scottish people. Are they Scottish? I think they're Scottish. I think that they were on like an oil tanker, like the captain of an oil tanker or something. Let's take a little look at the news and find out the facts in this. Of course, this is the BBC. They're going to be biased in the BBC way, just before we go through this, but let's have a little look. US remove tanker captain from UK waters as crew set to leave Scotland. So this was 2 days ago, apparently. The captain and first officer of a Russian-flagged oil tanker have been taken out of UK territory by US Coast Guards. The Americans seized the vessel of the Marinera on the... Oh, so they're not necessarily Scottish. Skipper Avtandil Kalandadze and his unnamed colleague were on board the US Coast Guard vessel Munro on Tuesday morning. So these 2 individuals were just basically the captain of the seized oil tanker, the Russian-flagged oil tanker that was, you know, basically attacked using a form of piracy by the UK and the US that we heard about a week ago, right? Or 2 weeks ago, can't remember. Scottish government had said, these are our, you know, responsibility. This is our jurisdiction to be charging these people with whatever kind of crime that we want. I don't know what the political angle of that was, whether they were saying that, like, we think that this is a bit shit or a bit bad or whatever, and, you know, we don't think that these people should be being harassed in this way. But, yeah, I guess we'll learn a little bit more as we go on with this. Hey, Garlo, how you doing? Welcome in. And hello, Eric. Good to see you. On Monday, the court session at Edinburgh imposed an order banning the UK and Scottish authorities from removing the crew from Scottish jurisdiction at the request of the captain's wife, Natia Zadzamia, right? At a second hearing, a virtual hearing on Tuesday, the court was told that the US Department of Justice emailed Scotland's prosecution service at 3 in the morning to confirm the captain and first officer had been taken off the Marinera onto the Munro. So, you know, really shit stuff. So that's him and his wife, the captain of the ship, and his missus there. Solicitor General Ruth Charteris KC asked for the interim interdict to be recalled. She said, in short, they're no longer in the territorial jurisdiction of this court. Charteris told the court that the US authorities had approached the Crown Office for mutual legal assistance, the process which normally kickstarts extradition proceedings on the 16th of January, but she added that the request was subsequently withdrawn by the Americans on Monday, acting for Natia Zadzamia. Claire Mitchell, KC, said the American request for mutual legal assistance raised the question of whether the men had been under control of the Scottish authorities. The Solicitor General said the Crown Office and Scottish ministers, Scottish government, have never at any point detained any of the 26 or the captain or first officer and have never had them under their control. And so the Judge Lord Young agreed to lift the order. Right, so that's kind of what's happened here. Constance said, I might need to change my title. Have I got misinformation here? Yeah, not Scottish citizens. Let's get rid of that. Let's change the title. US. What's a good way of putting this? US shits all over. US shites on Scottish relations. What's the right way to say this? Because what has happened is they have gone over the head of whatever kind of diplomatic relationship that they have with Scotland, which of course they just see as their relationship with the UK. What's the right way to put it? US violates UK sovereignty. Thank you, RTE clearance. Let's call it Scottish sovereignty. You know? Although Scottish sovereignty, you know, isn't fully what's going on at the moment in Scotland, but you know what I mean, it gets the point across. USA just pisses on the UK, there's no comeback, exactly. Hey, low-key human, what's up? Alright, let's carry on with this. Constance said she had deep concerns and frustrations over a lack of communication surrounding the incident. She said the Scottish government had not been furnished with full information and had to rely on updates from its UK colleagues. So again, Westminster just, you know, not even remotely speaking to Scotland about this at all. Hey, Tori, how's it going? Good to see you. She added that no notice had been given that the US was going to sail the vessel into Scottish waters. Constance said, we have a number of questions, we have a number of concerns and deep frustrations about how this matter has evolved, because it is a matter of significant public interest and confidence. Yes, correct. The Scottish government wants to play our part in international justice because that is appropriate and responsible. But that starts with the recognition and respect that must be afforded to Scottish jurisdiction and Scots law. So these are crew members leaving a hotel in Elgin in Moray with their luggage on Tuesday before traveling to Aberdeen. It's very interesting that, like, you know, the UK and the US is trying to say that these guys on that ship were doing something massively illegal, like hugely breaking international law, and they're just kind of like chilling in a hotel. You know, they've not been like detained, they've not been put in jail or anything, they don't have any charges or anything like that. 26 remaining crew members of the ship, said to be from Russia, India, Georgia, and Ukraine, have asked to leave the UK on a voluntary basis. The men have been held by immigration officials at a hotel in Moray. Arrangements are now being made to fly 5 of them from Scotland to the US. Oh, okay, so 5 of them are going to the US. All right, okay. But the rest are going home. Interesting. What's the betting that the 5 of them who are going to the US are Russian? Earlier, a group of men were seen leaving a hotel in Elgin, a short distance from RAF Lossiemouth. After the hearing, Solicitor Amar Anwar, representing the captain's wife, said the events raised serious constitutional and legal concerns. The Glasgow-based human rights lawyer added, "Our client's judicial review can no longer be enforced now her husband has, in essence, been abducted by the US government on Scottish and British territory." For over 2 weeks, a vessel guarded by foreign military force remained in Scottish territorial waters, during which time no effective steps were taken by the authorities to assert jurisdiction or protect the legal rights of those aboard. Anwar also said Callan Dads and the first officer were moved within a matter of hours of the petition for judicial review being received by the Court of Session. He added, "It should not fall to the wife of a detained captain to compel scrutiny of this international scandal." Good point. Yeah, we saw what Ross Greer said. Accused the US government of committing piracy on sea and gangsterism on land. Yeah, pretty much. He said, if the US government has essentially just kidnapped 2 people without even telling our government about it, that raises serious concerns over whether US troops should even be allowed on Scottish soil at all. The tanker, formerly known as the Bella 1, was last spotted off Burghead at the weekend. The US authorities have accused the vessel of breaching sanctions by carrying oil for Venezuela, Russia, and Iran. We, of course, know that those sanctions are dog shit. You can't just sanction a country to not trade with other countries that aren't, you know, that just aren't under your control whatsoever. Before Monday's hearing, in a statement released by lawyer Amar Anwar, the captain's wife said she believed it cannot be right in a civilized society to abduct a whole crew in Scotland and with assistance from UK authorities and remove them without observing our laws. Yeah. God, this is a massive article. Fucking hell. The UK government backed the operation to seize the tanker, saying it was lawful action against the vessel involved in breaking sanctions. The Ministry of Defence provided operational support and US planes used UK airfields, including some in Scotland. But Moscow denounced the seizure, demanding that US treat Russians aboard properly and allow them to return to Russia quickly. The Russian Transport Ministry said it had given the vessel temporary permission to use the Russian flag, adding that no state had the right to use force against vessels properly registered in other states' jurisdictions. Yes. A Home Office spokesperson said deterring, disrupting, and degrading the Russian Shadow Fleet is a priority for this government. The Shadow Fleet. It's just nonsense. Like, whenever you see a Home Office spokesperson, you just need to immediately discount whatever comes out of that person's mouth. Alongside our allies, we're stepping up response to shadow vessels, and we will continue to do so. At the request of the US authorities, crew members have been allowed to disembark for onwards travel. They'll be processed in line with the appropriate immigration... John Swinney is due to make a statement in the Scottish Parliament on Wednesday. He previously said he was deeply concerned to learn from media reports the tanker was in the Moray Firth. He said he would have expected to have been told in advance about steps to accommodate the ship in the Firth. Last week, Scottish Secretary Douglas Alexander said he wrote to the SNP leader to offer him a meeting, but he did not accept. Probably because he didn't say what it was about. Nonsense. Murray, not Moray. Sorry. Murray. Last week, Scottish Secretary Douglas... Yeah. The UK government previously said that the tanker had entered UK waters to take on fresh supplies. It's understood US military aircraft landed at a small civilian airports in Wick, Kettness, and Benbecula in the Western Isles during the operation on the 7th of January. At the time, MOD confirmed the Royal Navy tanker RFA Tide Force and RFA surveillance craft were supporting American personnel, and that deterring, disrupting, and degrading Russia's shadow fleet was a priority. The Marinera has been in the Firth off Burghead, a village on the Moray coast. Moray Firth is a sheltered area of sea between the East Island coast and the coasts of Moray and Aberdeenshire. Well, there you go. Massive article about this in the BBC. What has The National got to say instead? One of my favourite papers. These guys are great. Really, really good on most subjects. Pretty decent fucking journalism, very rare. Here we go. Xander Elliots. The US government is being pushed to explain whether it ignored a Scottish court order and abducted 2 people from Scotland. It comes after the captain and first officer of a Russian-flagged Venezuelan-linked oil tanker captured by US forces were reported to have left UK waters just hours after the court session in Edinburgh issued a interim interdict prohibiting their removal from the territorial jurisdiction of the court. So, I mean, this is the key bit of information here, right? Lord Young recalled the order on Tuesday after the court was told US Department of Justice had emailed Scotland's prosecution service at 3 in the morning to confirm the captain and the first officer had been taken off the Marinera onto the US Coast Guard ship Munro. Emma Anwar, the lawyer active for Natia Zadzama, the wife of the vessel Marinera's captain, Avtandil Kalandadze, had sought the emergency order. After news that the captain and first officer had left UK waters, he said the US had no lawful authority to arrest or detain individuals within Scotland. Yeah, we've pretty much covered this. Okay, there's some more information that wasn't... I don't think this was in the BBC article. It said, the pair have been whisked away under the cover of darkness. We have no idea what role our own government's played in that. A dangerous precedent has been set as the US should not have the power to arrest people under our control. These people have been denied the most basic human rights right under our noses, why the UK knowingly assisted the US abduction of 2 men from Scotland to avoid the judicial review taking place. Serious constitutional and legal concerns, the removal of individuals from Scottish jurisdiction should not have occurred without the knowledge and cooperation of United Kingdom authorities. It's equally implausible that the Scottish government was unaware of these arrangements. What has taken place is the effective removal of individuals from the jurisdiction in the face of live judicial review proceedings. Scottish Justice Secretary Angela Constance, yeah, we heard about her as well, said the SNP government had not been furnished with full information over the incident. It's just, again, like Westminster doing whatever the fuck it wants and not giving a flying fuck about Scotland. You know? All of this should have ramifications if there were to be an independence vote in the near future. We have a number of questions. We have a number of concerns and deep frustrations. Yep, the Scottish government wants to play our part in international justice. Yeah, we read that. Yeah, we read that. We read what Ross Greer said. US Embassy spokesperson said in response, the United States and United Kingdom are coordinating regarding the status process in prospective repatriation of crew members from the Bella 1, which was interdicted, the funny way of putting that, on January the 7th in international waters and moved into UK territorial waters for safety reasons. US and UK officials across several agencies are working together closely to determine a way for final disposition of the ship. I mean, this is just pretty openly stating that, like, yeah, man, we're doing this and you can fuck off. We don't care what Scotland says. We're just doing this. We appreciate the UK's cooperation and support. So just nothing about Scotland. They just don't see it as Scotland at all. Like they don't see Scotland as having any fucking right to have any say in what's going on here. That's really cool stuff. Really, really good stuff. As of January 27th, 26 Bella 1 crew members. Yeah, we heard about this. Yeah. Quarter session. 26 other crew members left the ship, being processed at the Army Reserve Centre. Yeah. Solicitor General said Scottish ministers and the Lord Advocate have never at any point detained the crew, captain or first officer and never had them in their control, and that no individual has been arrested or detained by any Scottish authority. She said the Lord Advocate, which received a request for mutual legal assistance issued by US authorities on January 16th, which was granted by Lord Advocate subject to specific assurances and conditions to ensure the safety and well-being of the crew, said it was a key requirement of this that all 28 would be brought ashore to Scotland. However, she said the request for mutual legal assistance was withdrawn on Sunday and confirmed in writing on Monday, meaning there was nothing the Lord Advocate or Scottish ministers could do about the situation. Okay. Sure, man. I mean, like, it just feels like the USA just doesn't give a flying fuck about the law. So, like, why does the law matter so much when you're trying to defend it? I don't understand, man. Let's have a little look at this from The National on YouTube.
Flag tanker. The UK involved, but Scotland in the dark. A very high-profile US military operation took place yesterday which involved a Scottish airport. It's creating quite a bit of discussion about Scotland and our defence. Here's what happened. US Special Operations landed at Wick John O'Groats Airport in the Highlands. From there, they flew north towards Iceland as part of an operation to seize a Russian-flagged tanker called the Bella 1 or the Marinera. The tanker had been travelling from Iran to Venezuela, but turned back into the Atlantic to evade the US oil blockade. First Minister of Scotland John Swinney said he had no idea any of this was happening. They were not informed of the US using a Scottish airport or any details of the operation. In comments since, Swinney has said that Scotland needs to be fully sighted on any operations from now. The UK did get involved. RAF aircraft and a ship were involved in the operation, but no British troops actually boarded the tanker. At this time, it's also unclear if any of the aircraft that were actually at Wick Airport were used in the operation or in what capacity. Swinney
Yeah, he didn't
stressed
appear
his
to be
support
arsed, did he?
Enforcing sanctions, and he's not opposing the action. But the bigger point, Scotland wasn't told about something that's happening on its territory. Should Scotland have a seat at the table when it comes to operations near its waters?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, yeah. Okay, so here's a bit of a bigger piece from the National about this. With, I think this is the same journalist, and this journalist as well. Let's take a look at this and see what they're saying.
Good evening, National readers. Welcome back to the Nationals podcast. I'm Laura Webster. I'm the editor of the paper, and I'm joined today by one of our political reporters, James Walker.
Hello, hello.
I almost forgot your job title there.
Political reporter for a wee while now.
Yeah, it's been a long time, actually. I've got no excuse for that. It's only halfway through the week.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, it has to be. Well, welcome back. We've got quite a few stories to go through today. Quite a lot going on, just as it has been every day this week, really. Pretty intensive news agenda. And I don't know if you've found that so far this week.
No, I have very much been on the late shift, and I feel like...
By the way, chat, these are like crack. Don't ever buy them. Just say no. Just say no.
When I come in, everyone's already kind of, been busy, and so I've been trying to sort of bolster the troops, and then I'm like, oh, there's been breaker upon breaker.
Fucking ridiculous.
Breakers. One of those breakers we'll get to later on, which was to do with Reform's by-election candidate.
Indeed.
And I know that you have had quite a lot of attention for something that you posted about Matt Goodwin last night, so we will get to that. So stay tuned if you want to hear all the background of why James has a lot to say about Matt Goodwin. So the first story we're going to talk about relates to Palantir, which is something that you have covered quite a bit for us.
Okay, so they're just going to do Palantir. Ah, here we go.
Wrong here. I just closed the app.
Wild.
No
I lived
more.
in France, and I don't even get those.
Yeah, what's happening? I need you to actually go through some of them and tell me what they mean, because they seem like they would be funny, but I don't understand them. Anyway, moving on to quite a serious story, actually. The US government is being pushed to explain whether it ignored a Scottish court order and abducted 2 people from Scotland. So this comes after the captain and first officer of the Russian-flagged Venezuelan-linked oil tanker, the Marinera, captured by US forces recently, were reported to have left UK waters just hours after the Court of Session in Edinburgh issued an interim interdict prohibiting their removal from the territorial jurisdiction of the court. That's a lot of big words there. So Amr Anwar, he's the lawyer representing the wife of the vessel captain, had sought the emergency order. And after news that the captain and first officer had left UK waters, he said the US had, quote, no lawful authority to arrest or detain individuals within Scotland. He said the pair had been, quote, whisked away under the cover of darkness, and we have no idea what role our own governments played in that. So this is quite serious. I saw Ross Greer, the Scottish Greens co-leader, he was saying that this is the time to start getting rid of the US troops from Scottish soil because
do it.
Totally
get them out. Yanks
Scottish
out.
Law here, no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think there's certainly questions, and they're not being answered right now. The US government, I think, when they after the interim interdict said, I think it was like 3 a.m. or something like that. They sort of informed that the captain and the first officer were already on a US boat and had been whisked away. Essentially, and I think my understanding of it, at least, was that it was left open to interpretation whether this meant it had happened after the interdict, whether this had happened before. A bit convenient, some would say, the timing of it. But yeah, there's so many questions here, and I think they need to be answered. And I think our representatives should be demanding those, no doubt. Because as you say, a Scottish court has made a judgment, and it seems as though, or it's very possible, that it's been completely ignored.
yeah, I think the Lord Advocate's not very happy about it, and it does seem like the US doing what it wants, which shouldn't really surprise us because that's what we've been covering for
Our closest ally.
some time. Yeah, and it's just quite.
Don't forget the
bizarre
special
to see all
relationship.
of this taking place and not see like a huge reaction to it. I only saw a small handful of outlets picking it up, and the news had only really come from a press release from Amr Anwar.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, do you have any idea why others aren't really covering it?
It's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I know that the initial, I think the whole fact that
Make America go away, yeah.
papers that was of interest. I mean, that's something that interested us as well. Like, it's not something you see every day.
Scotland should take Yanks hostage to get their people back.
There's obviously the wider.
Well, they're not. You might have to refresh because it's not actually Scottish citizens, but you know, still. Nationalised Trump's golf courses, turn them into social housing. Yes. Can't wait to take a shit on Tony Blair's grave. Yes! Hey, Desaway, how you doing? Welcome in.
Sort of issue at play here. And in terms of like, it's less the media uptake and more the political uptake that I find interesting. I would have, that's what I find more surprising. It's just the Greens. I would have expected even... Maybe not Labour, just because, you know, the party of government, sort of UK government, but I would have expected some other parties, maybe.
Lib Dems, maybe.
Lib Dems often do on issues of Trump. I haven't heard anything on that. I just would have expected a little bit more, even a wee bit of, you know, maybe some SNP MSPs that are...
I think the SNP being quiet about it is the most embarrassing shit. You know what I mean? It's like, brother, you're literally supposed to be the Scottish National Party, like the party that is like, Scotland should be sovereign. We should have control over our fucking land and shit. We should have, you know, the ability to make our decisions based on what our people want, not based on what Westminster can give us. Yada, yada, yada. Our people's taxes should be going to us, not fucking Westminster. You know, it's just like, what are you doing? Why do you not have a fucking line on this already? Why is this not like massive for you?
Sort of, you know, out with government.
So embarrassing.
You know, don't have ministerial positions. It's just, it's just a lot of radio silence on it, which just seems, as you say, odd.
Well, we asked Stephen Flynn yesterday.
Well, I don't know if the SNP would count as traitors and agents of Washington. I don't know if that would be an accurate thing to say, because I don't know enough about Holyrood and their relationship to the US. I know that John Sweeney has been sucking up to Trump, like Ross Greer said. You know, there was a lot of criticism pointed at him recently when he was visiting Scotland and stuff, and John Sweeney was just like shaking his hand and going, yeah, you're a top lad, we love you, whatever. But certainly in Westminster, every single member of the UK political class is fucking subservient to Washington, and they are traitors, 1,000%. He was very sheepish about it, wasn't he?
He was doing like a kind of stunt for the SNP outside of Westminster. We said, why have you not really been speaking about what's been happening in America? And he said he hadn't really been on social media. So I don't know if that's what his answer is.
Yeah, SNP West.
John Swinney's not been on social media. Not John Swinney, Stephen Flynn, they said. Stephen Flynn. Oh, for God's sake, I can't even spell his fucking name. Stephen Flynn's not been on social media. He's not really been on it. Bro, he's been posting. What the fuck are you on about? Bro, you post he posts all the time. January 26th, January 25th, I mean, this could just be his like team or whatever, but you know what I mean? You would expect at least his team would be like, this is what's happening. He's like filming on his phone and shit. Like what are you fucking on about? It's such an open goal to say that independence is a chance to distance ourselves from America and imperialism. Absolutely. He's chatting rubbish. He's not been online. He doesn't. What the fuck is he on about?
Not on social media / it's coming up to a Hollywood election.
He's maybe just he's having a Twitter detox, maybe something like that. But
nothing to do with the World Cup coming up.
Nothing. I mean,
nothing to do with the World Cup.
I do find it surprising, and every day I wake up and I look on my phone and I'm just exhaled because it's exhausting to see what's happening in the US and
same.
People aren't taking it seriously enough. I just saw Kemi Badenoch giving a speech this morning saying the Republicans are still our sister party. They're still our good friends. They're shooting people dead in the street. I mean, not the Republicans specifically, but they're in charge of ICE and they're in charge of these agents who are out there behaving completely lawlessly.
I think the thing that's almost more disgusting about the way it's being handled, and I will say that there is some growing Republican discontent about ICE and particularly the shootings, but is they're sort of the way that they're trying to justify it, you know.
It's disgusting.
It beggars belief, really. Like I think it's JD Vance's tweet afterwards, and branding it as like some sort of wider conspiracy, like left-wing conspiracy, and it's just.
We're all doing the collective exhale. He just did the collective exhale. If every single left-winger, and probably more broadly, every single millennial and every single Gen Z, Gen Alpha individual stood all together in front of like a bunch of wind turbines and just like looked at the news at the same time every day, we could probably power the entire world. We could probably fill 5 million batteries with enough power to last for like a year. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Every single one of us just looks at the fucking news at like 3 p.m. and we just go, there you go. Sorted for the year.
No words. There's no words. How can you respond to something like this in a journalistic sense where you're trying to be fair and see balance?
Rolling my eyes so hard I could power a dynamo, yeah.
Lying about it. And that it's our jobs to point that out. But I mean, I was going to say that when I woke up this morning and I looked at my phone, the first thing I saw was the man approaching Ilhan Omar, who was giving a speech, and he sprayed an unknown substance towards her. Thankfully, was dealt with by security in the room. But I mean, we all could have seen that coming. The constant attacks that
hey Bellatrix, hey Nuclear,
Ilhan. I've seen his Truth Social many times over the last few weeks, really taking aim at her. I think because she's come from Somalia when she was a child as a refugee. And he's got this big war on Somalians at the moment. She's caught in the crossfires. His constant attacks on her were clearly going to spur somebody on to try and harm her. Yeah. And that's happened now.
Pretty much.
But again, it feels like...
I mean, it is pertinent that they're kind of moving on to the USA and discussing USA current events and stuff. But like, yeah, I just wanted to hear their take on the sovereignty thing. Yeah, pretty fucking nuts stuff. Just the US continuing to do this stuff. All right, that's the end of that bit. Just a quick one. Not too much info about that. There's not too much hubbub or reporting about it, surprisingly. Or unsurprisingly, because no one gives a fuck about anything that happens to Scotland. Solidarity with my Scots comrades, you know what I mean? Like, we all stand for independence in this chat. Yeah, also, he's been at it for a decade. Like, you know? Hey, Half a Laptop, how's it going? Good to see you. So, you're kind of taught in journalism school to be liberal, to be honest. Litty Bruz, you are speaking to someone who did journalism, who, I think, another Aussie who did journalism, I believe, at uni. Scotlandarity, yeah. So, let's have a little look at this. This is some interesting USA related news. Let's have a little look at this. Oh, look at this. Oh, it's Candace Owens. What's going on? What's going on with Candace Owens? She's not going to say much, don't worry. But there is going to be audio. Let's have a little listen.
Hi, everybody. I still love all these emoji Zoom. things. Wow. I don't even know where to begin. The fact that we were able to pull off an event of a century, like, it's just insane. We had over 275,000 people that attended, and the stadium, overflow, Westgate, insane, you guys. And then you have, was it 100 million? You guys that heard the gospel and all about Charlie and all about everything that you guys do, and the hard work of Turning Point USA is insane. We had thousands that were registered to vote. I think we're at like over 200,000 for merch sales. Don't quote me on that because I think it just keeps like bumping up like crazy. But I just wanted to say a huge, huge, huge thank you to the events team, the development team, the graphic design team, the production team. It's just phenomenal. Their incredible work leading into the memorial. And honestly, a lot of the staff that worked on the memorial, they had 20-hour days for a week during the time of us grieving the loss of my husband. And honestly, I know several staff that didn't even sleep. Again, you guys are breathing angels, and I'm so grateful for all of you. And obviously a huge thank you to the Mosaic team. VI, you guys are 10 out of 10. Like, we have the most incredible team. We just do. And you guys know that, and you guys are all a part of that. And I am so, so thankful.
When my wife outlives me, I just hope she doesn't remarry inside of 3 months. Meanwhile, this lady is humble bragging the merch sales when his body isn't even in the ground. Yeah. That's what's happening, by the way. In case anyone's confused, this is Erika Kirk getting really excited about all the progress that Turning Point USA is making in the wake of her husband Charlie Kirk's death. You will remember how Charlie Kirk died. He got popped in the neck, didn't he? It was a pretty, politics aside, it's a pretty ghastly thing to see happen to your husband, and she will have definitely seen it, right? She will have definitely looked at it. This was 11 days after he died. This was 11 days after he died. It is so hard to not do tinfoil conspiracy stuff. It's so hard to not just like go, I'm going to start watching Candace Owens on the Rex. No, she's his neck just kind of did that. He was the first guy to get kirked. No, she's talking about here, the memorial. She's talking about that one fucking like big event that happened, you know? She was telling lies about it the same day. Hey, Steven, welcome back. Yeah. It's just mad. Hey, Coral Pal, how's it going? Selling merch is the first stage of grief. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I did forget that. I did actually forget that part of it. Yeah, the stadium funeral Nazi rally thing. Yeah. Kirked the bucket. Hey, Mermaidrian. Yeah, he did. He did. Yeah, let's carry on listening.
If you have a moment and you run into any of those staff members that you know had a role in this, and you know that they put a lot of their time and effort into it, just say thank you. There's something really special to be seen in moments like this, and it's not easy. I'm speaking from experience. I'm right in the trenches with you guys. And so the fact that you just, a simple thank you. I don't care if any of you have beef with each other from the past or have any issues with someone said something about this or that. Like, if you guys have any of that, please put it to rest. My husband's dead. Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead. And
what do you mean I'm not trying to be morbid? It's so weird. She just really sounds like she doesn't give a fuck, man. Just really sounds like she doesn't give a fuck. Who was saying this? I think it was Ground Level News that was saying this in the chat. Like, they're all Mormons, right? They're Mormon, or she's from a Mormon family, or she's from Utah, and it's like, I don't know if they're Mormons, but I know that Mormons have like Mormon women have like no autonomy. They just have like what do you call it? Arranged marriages, essentially. She was married to an extremely hateful person. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. She could have been like, you know, forced to marry him or whatever. But I don't know. Maybe I don't know if they're Mormon. Are they Mormon? Yeah, my husband's dead. Mormons aren't allowed to grieve. Is that true? They have to be happy when they grieve? Maybe she's not Mormon then. Hey, Film Spelunga, she's not Mormon, she's in Arizona, she's evangelical. Yeah, nah, so it's not that. Like, this is just me grasping at straws. I'm just trying to think, like, what could, how could this possibly work? I'm trying to give her a way out. I thought she was Israeli. What? Oh, you're doing a bit. Okay, no, that's good. No, that's good. Yeah, no, she does come across as Israeli, doesn't she? I'm really glad that I was reminded that this existed, by the way. Who said this? Yeah, Cunning Linguist. Thanks for reminding me that this exists. Chat, have you seen this shit? This is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
On the cross, our Savior said, Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do.
What do you want to say to the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now? Stop. That's it.
It's so good. Oh, it's so fucking good. Let's have it again.
On the cross, our Savior said, Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do.
This bit. Oh, that's so good. With the money.
What do you want to say to the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now? Stop.
Oh, that's got to be an alert. Oh, that's got to be an alert. That's so good. Thank you for reminding me that that exists. Please share the link. Yeah. Erika Quirk is her name, by the way. I'm an ex-Mormon, and I will say that Mormons do have like a toxic positivity mindset, so they do kind of force themselves to be happy that their loved ones are in heaven now. Her behavior is wild. Never seen anyone behave this way, even after a normal passing. No, yeah, it is mad. It is mad. But thanks for confirming that. I'm not sure, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what any of these religion these freaks fucking worship. It's you know, they're obviously appropriating it no matter what, because they all break all the fucking commandments and shit anyway. It doesn't matter, right? It just doesn't matter. Oh, yeah, and Litty Bros is saying she's not evangelical, is she? She's Catholic. No, you're right. She's not. Yeah. No, yeah, she's Catholic. Because Charlie Kirk was Catholic, wasn't he? So not even evangelical Christian, like just Catholic. That's crazy. Yeah, they're just... I don't get it, man. I don't get it.
It puts life into perspective of how short life is and relationships, and God puts people in your life for a reason, and it teaches you a lesson, it teaches them a lesson. So if you are going through a time where, just lay it to rest, and we are moving forward, Turning Point USA 2.0 with Charlie in our hearts, and that's what he would want.
She's just saying Turning Point USA 2.0 with Charlie in our hearts. This is wild, actually. This is a mad sentence. Turning Point USA. Why would you call it 2.0? Why wouldn't you just keep calling it Turning Point USA? She's like, Turning Point 2.0, we're going to do it better. Anyway, let's listen to what Philly D's got to say about this. I can't accurately cover this well enough. So what we've got to do is get a guy who just basically, like, you know, gets fucking 75,000 views just for, like, reading tweets. We gotta get him to do it. Charlie was evangelical, she's tradcath. I thought Charlie was Catholic. I don't even fucking understand. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. It's weird as fuck. She's just being weird as fuck. Okay, right. Let's take a little look.
Candace Owens just leaked some audio, and it's got people.
Candace Owens just leaked.
Erika Kirk sounds thrilled to be profiting off of her husband's death. Because Candace shared a clip of what she claims is Erika speaking to TPUSA staff following Charlie's memorial just under 2 weeks after he died. And in this clip, it sounds like she's thanking them.
11 days.
Event, discussing the future of TPUSA, and it's gotten more and more attention because Candace and a ton of others have listened to that and said, you know, it sounds like Erika's a little happier than you might assume.
I don't even know where to begin. The fact that we were able to pull off an event.
Oh, we got the Candace coverage.
Insane. We got
the live Candace reaction on this.
Again, it's not easy, but again,
she's always doing this face. This is her favorite face to do whenever she's talking about anything to do with Charlie Kirk. She loves to do the sus face.
It's hard. Otherwise, honestly, Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action, full steam ahead, you guys. Charlie would want us to get back to work, and that's what we're doing. We have so much to do, which is exciting.
Oh no, I know, half a laptop. We were covering that like last week. I just kind of stopped in between a news segment and just played this fucking like video of her just talking about how she thinks he can time travel and shit. It's so good. Oh god, hey Hunt about his bathroom. Yeah, just in time for Erika Kirk telling us how much her husband is worth. $250,000 in merch sales. That's right. That's right. That's right. When I saw that, I sat there like, that's how my sister is. Ooh, I'm sorry to hear it.
Charlie in heaven is like, you guys thought you had a busy schedule then, just you wait. And he's doing some awesome things with Jesus in heaven right now. But there's so much work to be done. I mean, since his
I missed that on the first time round.
100,000 chapter request.
The question is, how did she get this audio? That's what I want to know. How did, yeah, the phrase, yeah, sounds pretty gay. How's Hey, Scott Ward. Yeah, mega church vibes for real. How did she get this? Who gave her this audio? What happened?
We have 300,000 new donors. I think we have 50,000 plus hat orders to fulfill.
Sounds kind of gay. I'm not in.
Tone here was.
It is the general tone that is off-putting. It's the laughter that is off-putting. It's, again, we are not even 2 weeks after watching your husband be assassinated. In my imagination, I just
sucking dick with J-Dog. I love that.
She would be more upset.
What you've seen is a lot of people, both in and out of her audience, agreeing with Candace's take, slamming Erika for sounding so excited and happy about merch sales in the wake of her husband's murder, writing things like, I can't imagine sounding like this 11 days after my husband was just publicly executed. No way I would be thinking about merch sales. But then also with this, understand, you had plenty of people defending Kirk, saying, you know, everyone grieves differently and this didn't feel weird to them. And others saying that, if anything, it shows that Erika is stepping up as CEO of TPUSA, and the audio sounded like a normal business meeting. And with that, you also saw a lot of people taking aim at Candace, including one user who wrote, I find it disgusting that Candace Owens keeps going after Erika. Erika obviously wants Charlie's legacy to grow, and saying she is doing what he would have wanted her to. She will carry on. Many also accusing Candace of being hypocritical.
Yeah, but it's funny to watch him fight, innit? You know what I mean?
Hello, me old chum.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. None of this stuff matters. It's just funny to watch him fight. It is funny to watch him fight, just regardless. I know that lots of people got lots of different ideas about this and how, you know, some people say that it doesn't really show any fractures in the right and stuff like that. But I think it does. I think it does. There's loads of studies to say that right-wingers, and we were talking about this on the stream last night, there's loads of studies to say that right-wingers have very inconsistent politics, like broadly. If you think of right-wingers collectively, like fascists, conservatives, anyone who supports capital, it is just simply inconsistent, incoherent. A lot of these people like can't fight their human nature to feel empathy for like other human beings. So there are some human beings that they really, really identify with, and even if they're not in, you know, the same camp politically, they will be like, that's really bad and that sucks. It's like I was saying about like the executions of Renee Good and Alex Pretty. There are some people who are saying, oh yeah, well, I don't care. They should just be allowed to kill whoever they want, and they should be able to kill me. They should be able to kill my family in front of me, whatever. You just got to do what you're told, and it's because they love to be fascist cooks and peasants. And then you've got others who are like, no, he was definitely a terrorist. I think he was like waving the gun around, and they have to do that to justify it to themselves more than anything, not to try and just like, they don't need to justify it to the administration, you know. Ideologies only converge in one specific point. I bad want money now. Yes, exactly. Hey, Mr. Dank, how you doing? My sister tried to tell me when I was a starseed, tell you were a starseed or some shit, and I just had to sit her down like, I'm not a chosen alien baby, I'm just autistic and queer. Is she trying to say that she's trying to say that your mum got alien prego? Is that what she's saying? That's crazy. I'm sorry to hear that, yo. That's mad. Charlie doing awesome things in heaven with Jesus, like building a cook chair facing JD's house. That's right. That is right. Okay, let's carry on.
Saying she herself has been profiting off of Kirk's death by posting countless videos milking his assassination, spreading conspiracy theories in the wake of his death, and going after his widow. For now, we'll have to continue to see how this plays out in the court of public opinion, as obviously, you know, for months now, we've seen right-wingers kind of going after each other on different things, as well as to wait and see if TPUSA pushes back against Candace here, right? Because so far, they've kind of been pretty selective about what they respond to when it comes to her.
All right. There you go. Now, I just thought I'd select a random guy. Because I just Googled this. I was like, I want to take a look and see if there's any other people making videos about this. And we got this fella here, John Ward. Anyone know him? Anyone know this guy? Anyone got any? I don't even know who the fuck this is. I just clicked on it. I don't know what his politics are. I don't agree or disagree yet. Because I don't know. So, you know, have a little look. It's crazy that people have managed to crank out these videos in a day, by the way.
You confirm with PD, do they have the shooter in custody? DPS is requesting us to try and get that motorcycle stopped and get suspect in that shooting. What was your traffic? Possibly a suspect in the shooting. We can try and get that vehicle stopped. Not the description you're looking for.
This is wild. This is wild production. This is wild production for released a day ago. This motherfucker must have, as soon as he heard the news, be like, right, it is now time. Got to have a crew. 178,000 subscribers. I mean, 178,000 subscribers. Sophie's got like 128,000. I don't think when you get to that level, you got crew money, unless he's getting funding from somewhere else. I don't know, man. Hey, look at my Jedi. Anyway.
In this building? There's a thing in this building?
No. We have cameras that show that he's.
Hi, everybody. I still love all these emojis.
Okay, we've heard the audio. We don't need to hear it again.
Wow.
Give us your take on it.
To begin.
Give us your take on it.
That we were able to pull off.
And I go to bed at like midnight or sometimes even later. And then when we are here...
Oh, this guy isn't even doing commentary at all. That's how he was able to do this, because there was no commentary in the video whatsoever.
Tulsa together, we don't go to bed the first night until like 3-ish because we stay up talking because it's like a slumber party.
Right, you're catching up with your best friend and then she's on California time and then it's usually
to Charlie and it's like 2
This is just like a video saying that he was getting cooked. This is so funny, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, we're having a sleepover. Like, this is really cool. I have a sleepover for the rest of my life.
It's just a video being like, she was cheating on him. This is so funny, bro. This is so funny. All this guy did with this video was like do a little calendar thing showing that it was 11 days after her husband got shot, play the audio, and then find clips of her where it kind of sounds, if you want to believe it, if you have a bias that you think that she slept with other people behind Kirk's back, that it will confirm that for you. So that's all he did.
It's just like this hyper obsession. I'm still heavily obsessed with my husband. I always will be.
Okay, all right. You got it, dude.
Sometime on or around.
Oh, God, what's this? Oh, Jesus. Okay, well, there you go. There's the Erika Kirk stuff. I don't really have anything further to add to that, to be honest. That's it, right? She's just interested in getting money, and it's pretty insane. And it's pissing off everybody on the right because they can't handle the fact that, I don't know, their boy's ex-wife, widow, that's what it is, widow, is just being so depraved. So there you go. Cronius147, welcome to the stream. I hear a lot the let's be honest, the strongest impose its will, and I hate that condescending excuse for fascism. That's weird. I don't hear that often. Do you mean you hear that from fascists? Because that's the kind of thing that fascists say. But yeah. Has she actually released a statement saying it's fake or other how dare you like stuff yet? Let's have a look. Erika Kirk. Let's just Google Erika Kirk. Because, yeah, this was like yesterday. Erika Kirk. Candace Owens leaks audio. Is Erika Kirk pregnant? Viral claim is fake. What the fuck is going on? If you just Google Erika Kirk, you get the most insane stuff. This is her on Instagram. Should we have a look on Instagram? How do I get rid of the sidebar on Instagram? How do you do that? How do you do it? Oh, okay, there you go. All right. Nothing really. You just got like a reel here. Just got some like reels of Charlie. When was this? January the 9th. She's at like some kind of planted seeds of gratitude these little weeks. These last several weeks, exploring with my little loves. Okay, I don't know, man. Stories. Nothing. Just a video of him walking around with their kid. Take me back. Nothing. Not that I can see. Not that I can see. I mean, maybe she will in a couple of days, or maybe even later today. I don't know. Twitter has a post from yesterday, but it doesn't mention the leak. I didn't think about Twitter. Erika Kirk Twitter. No reel of her couch shopping with JD Vance. Yeah. People are roasting her in the comments. What? This doesn't even look like her, man. What's going on? That's crazy. She looks so different. Her eyebrows are crazy there. Do you think that photo's touched up, or is it just from like a long time ago? I don't know. Anyway, okay. Yesterday, Charlie spoke so often about the importance of young families and having children. His face would light up every time he learned about a Turning Point employee welcoming a newborn into the family. Honored to continue Charlie's support of families through a company and sponsored dollar-for-dollar match of the federal government's $1,000 contribution to the 503A Trump account established for every single employee's newborn baby. Wait, she's doing a grift? Sis, something is just so off about you. Stop the political fundraising. Fake week. Fake grieving widow grifter costume. Leather skin tight black leather morning pants. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Not gonna lie. Oh, that's fucked up. I didn't need to see that. I didn't need to see that. Meanwhile, you're out here like... That's AI, though. She didn't actually do that. You don't even need to do that. You misspelled Israel in your last sentence. Also, this is AI. They just love to do this AI shit. So fucking annoying. That's the problem. That's the problem with right-on-right violence. It's just like, it just gets so unfunny after, like, you know, post number 3. It's what she was doing inside, but you don't need to do that. You could just use your imagination. Weird slop dunks, you know? Girl, you need to be investigated is crazy. That's crazy. And action. Okay. All right. Wait, what is this? TP USA internal call. Everything before September 10th, an email you were working on a project where it's irrelevant now. Things have changed. I don't know what that's supposed to say. Charlie's playing volleyball with Jesus. Let's move on and get some fucking merch moved. Yeah! Alright, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. It's always good to have a little look at Twitter, innit? You know what I mean? No matter how bad it gets, there's always something interesting on there. Alright, I got some good news now. I got some good and interesting news. This is the news that firefighters in Lille have been protesting, and you know, when it's France, when it's the French, specifically, when it's union action in France, it's gonna be good. Yeah? Nous avons regardé le riot porn. Le porno du riot. Pour l'enjoyment de la classe. La baguette impérialisme. Frappé. Imperialism. Okay, anyway. So, this is the news that firefighters have been protesting over staff shortages and poor working conditions in Lille. Lille, January 29th. More than 600 firefighters protested to denounce the lack of staff and resources and poor working conditions in Lille, France. On January 29, 2026, the firefighters blocked the Lille Ring Road before heading to the SDIS building, where a huge fire was lit and tensions arose with the police. So this reporting is from Luc Offlet from Anadolu Agency. Anadolu Agency is a Turkish news site, so you will get interesting reporting on Europe, but you will get terrible reporting on things like Kurdish rights with Anadolu Agency. They will often call Kurdish protesters terrorists and shit like that. So let's have a little look here. Some images here, which is very interesting. Firefighters walk holding flares as more than 600 firefighters protest to denounce the lack of staff and resources, poor working conditions. That's just the same text. That's the same image. There's an image. So there you go. What else we got? We got some more reporting on this. This is Alba Waba. I actually don't know anything about this outlet at all. But let's take a look at this, see if there's anything else that we can learn about this. Thousands of French firefighters staged a confrontational protest in the northern city of Lille on Thursday, denouncing chronic staff shortages, a lack of equipment, and worsening working conditions. Demonstrators blocked sections of the city's ring road, set fire to tires, and clashed with police near the headquarters of the Departmental Fire and Rescue Service. Chat, yes, it is good news. I have video of this. We are going to be watching. Okay? Very exciting. Hello, Gliese, how are you doing? And hello, Splendinavia. Turk's gonna Turk, I guess. I'm not happy with that comment. I'm not happy with that. There's lots of Turkish people who, like, you know, want to support the Kurds in their liberation and shit. I think that's a bit of a mad thing to be saying. Daydream Beyond, hello, how are you doing? Welcome in. Demonstrators blocked sections of the city's ring road, set fire to tires, and clashed with police. Yep. Firefighters unions say years of budget cuts have stretched emergency services to breaking point, noting that more than 5,000 firefighters... Turkish establishment... Yeah, okay, yeah. 5,000 firefighter positions were eliminated between 2021 and 2022. 5,000. So these are obviously cuts from Macron and his awful government that he said, no, Jean-Luc Mélenchon... ne pas de government. I don't even know what the word is for government in French, but you know, he said, no, you cannot. No, you actually cannot make a government, Monsieur Jean-Luc. Krill. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the £4.20. Thank you for supporting the stream and subbing off Twitch. Chat, I've been streaming for about an hour and a half. Please think about considering going to my Streamlabs tip link. It's the last day of the month that you could do this. If you don't want to see me in financial difficulty for the end of this month, which it looks like I will be if I don't hit that goal that's up there, please consider subscribing off Twitch, right? And what you do with that is you go to the Streamlabs tip link and just donate £5. If we get to the £500 goal, which I know is incredibly unlikely on today, the last day of the month, then I'll be doing a DJ stream next month, right? Playing some drum and bass jungle bangers live for you here on my channel. It'll be very fun. I promise it'll be worth it. There's the call to action. Please consider giving me money so I can pay my bills. If you like what you're watching, if you've laughed, if you've had fun or learned something, please consider donating to my PayPal. Okay, so this is it. This is it. The protest comes amid a broader wave of social unrest across France. Farmers have mounted large-scale demonstrations throughout January opposing the EU-Mercosur trade agreement and protesting falling incomes, rising production costs, and what they describe as excessive environmental and administrative regulations. Hundreds of tractors were deployed in and around Paris, blocking major routes and symbolic landmarks, including the National Assembly and the Arc de Triomphe. Before some actions were suspended following government promises of debt relief, measures, and an emergency agricultural bill, the protests were led by powerful unions such as FNSEA and the Coordination Rurale, which accuse authorities of exposing French farmers to unfair competition from South American imports. Disruption linked to the protests have caused widespread traffic congestion and motorway blockades, particularly around Paris, where strikes by doctors and rail workers have added to the sense of national paralysis. I haven't heard anything about this. What's going on? When has this happened? Is this real? Although many road closures were lifted by mid-January, tensions remain high, with unions warning of renewed mobilization if commitments are not swiftly implemented. Macron is facing mounting domestic criticism over budget austerity and declining purchasing power, with opinion polls indicating broad public sympathy for the protesters. At the same time, he's grappling with external pressures, including sharp transatlantic tensions. Yo, Middle-earth Marxist.
Think of the boy. Chat.
Please think of the boy, and thank you so much for the £5. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Appreciate you, Middle Earth Marxist. DJ with the £16.66. Holy shit! Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, DJ. 3 fucking donos in a row. Yeah? And I think that all amounts to, what do we got? £20, £25. I'm pretty sure it's £25. Yeah? So that means that we have indeed, chat, unlocked Cat Cam for the rest of the stream. Where is he, though? He's not here. So bear with me a moment while I go and get him, okay? Just give me a minute.
Hey, and want that wild boy.
Half a laptop with the £4.20. Thank you so much. I can't believe it. I actually brushed him today. And I got like I picked him up for a second and I'm covered in hair again. I literally brushed out an entire new cat from his fur today. He's holding out for more cash, that's right. Alpha Laptop, thank you so much for the £4.20. Holy shit, only £140 to go. Chat, I believe you. If 70 people donate £5 each, we'll do it. Wait, is that right? No, if 70 people donate £2 each, we'll do it. Yes, correct. That's all we need. Oh, you're a very good boy. Click it, bite it. There you go. How much to unlock the second cat made from hair cam? Thank you so much, DJ. Yo, what the fuck?
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
Yo, thank you so much. Oh my god, even more, what the fuck? Oh, what are you doing? Lit, thank you so much for the £10. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you for someone off Twitch. And Johnny, thank you so much for the £5. Holy fucking shit. Melpo is now sniffing the remnants of my lunch. Buddy, if you want another Bicco, you gotta go over there. You gotta go over there, you know that's how it goes. Come on. He's like, I don't understand words. You don't know what's going on, do you? You don't know what's happening, do you? Not a single brain. No, you can't stand on there. No. No, you can't stand on there, I'm afraid. Oh my god, he's got so much hair on him. Child, please. Oh my god. Please. 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 Please go over there and be good. Oh, he's got loads of dander on him. I think I have to give him a bath. Oh, he's such a good boy! He's such a good boy! That's what I want! That's what I want you to... Yo! Mr. Dang as well!
He is and will always be the boy.
Thank you so much for the £5. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Holy fucking shit, chat. Hey, listen. It's an unofficial hype train. Yeah? We've not hit a hype train by Twitch's standards. But that doesn't matter, does it? Because you've all given me money regardless. So let's have a tune. Let's do it. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. Everyone's been really supportive this week. And I really appreciate everybody being here, even if you can't afford to donate. If you can't afford to donate and you're feeling a little bit upset and embarrassed, please don't be. Because there's no need for you to donate. If you could just be here and not donate, and that's fine. I totally understand. I would appreciate you going to my socials and following me there, or going to the promo tweet or Bluesky post and supporting me there. Krill with another fucking £19. Holy shit! Oh my god!
Hyper.
Thank you so much for the fucking extra £19, taking us to £100. Kubashi! Kubashi with the 20 bits. Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. When I can, I'll donate. Hey, listen, no pressure, honestly, Scott. Don't worry. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. It's not, you know, not a necessity for you to do that. £400 is so good. I couldn't ask for more than that. That's fucking dope. That's fucking dope. Honestly. I can make that work. I can make that work this month. I can. With the support that I get from Universal Credit and with the, you know, the money that you've donated and all the subs and bits that I've got this month, I could definitely make that happen. Mr. Dank! With the 69. And Steph with the 19 quid as well. Holy shit. Chat, it's the weed amount. It's
Devil's lettuce number teehee.
It's the devil's lettuce number. It's the smoking weed number. Thank you so much, Steph. You legend. Thank you for supporting the stream. Now everybody has to smoke a weed, including Melpert. That's unfortunately how it has to be. You all heard Muel say we're never going to hit the dono goal and took that personally. Everyone is being very, very nice. Everybody is being very, very nice and kind, and I appreciate it a lot. Hey, Lorcam, what's going on? Good to see you. All right. Let's have a tune. It's an unofficial hype train. Let's have a tune. What are we going for? Well, since Lorcan has just arrived, he's inspired me.
Go on home, British soldiers, go on home. And you've got no bloody homes of your own. For 800 years, we fought you without fear. And we'll fight you for 800 more.
Sally!
Your message here.
My God, with the 22 pounds, 22 pounds 90. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Go on, Sally. Chat, 60 pounds to go. Are we gonna do it? Are we gonna unlock the DJ stream for next month? Is it gonna happen?
The streets in 69 to protect the people at that time. In Derry and Belfast, but the peace it did not last.
I hear the new Kneecap song? I've not.
People down and wrecking homes. So go on home, British soldiers, go on home. And you've got no bloody homes of your own. For 800 years, we fought you without fear. And we'll fight you for 800 more. To see old Ireland.
Come on, chat.
So go on home, British soldiers, go on home.
Go on home.
You've got no bloody homes of your own.
Get to fuck.
For 800 years, we fought you without fear. And we'll fight you for 800 more.
Let's go. Scream if you want to go faster.
Now remember Operation Motorman, and the barricades came down across the land. You were shooting people dead with your plastic and your lead.
Hey, yeah, if you want to listen to more tunes, keep donating, chat. It's an unofficial hype train. It doesn't say it at the top of the chat, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let's get get on that tip link. There it is in the chat. I'll keep playing tunes if you keep donating. That's how it goes. Chick fed our la.
If you stay, British soldiers, if you stay, you'll never ever beat the IRA. For the 14 men in Derry are the last that you will bury. And take a trip and leave us all alone. So go on home, British soldiers, go on home. And you've got no bloody homes of your own.
Get to fuck.
For 800 years, we fought you without fear. And we'll fight you for 800 more. Yes, we'll fight you for 800 more.
Huge banger. Huge banger. Let's get the next one on. More VCAS. More VCAS. Where's the next tune? Oh, God. Yeah, you know it. We're going Fenian mode. When the music is done, can you explain what unlocking a DJ stream next month means? I will sometimes do streams where I DJ. Yes, that's right. The name DJ Muel is actually true. I am actually a real DJ, and I DJ drum and bass, dubstep, reggae, jungle, that kind of stuff. So there you go. That's what that means. If we get to £500, I'll do one of those streams next month. For now, chat, you'll have to do with this. No, you're right. In fact, my name is just Donald Jonald. Yeah, Donald Jonald Muel. Donkus Jonkus Monkus.
I was drums do beat, and the mumbling English people walked all over us. And every single night when they tell, come home tight, he'd invite the neighbours out with the score.
Sing along!
Come out, your black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lace of Gillishandra. Come tell us how you slew them old Arabs 2 by 2, like the Zulus they had knives, bows and arrows. Of how bravely you faced one with your 16-pounder gun, and you frightened all the natives to the marrow. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Gillishandra.
Melpert is completely impervious to Eurobeat. He is. He is. It doesn't mean a thing to him. It doesn't mean a goddamn thing.
Come let us hear you tell how you stand the brave Parnell and taught.
Alright, chat, you want to get them last donos in.
Where are the stares and jeers that you proudly...
And if you're not bothered about the DJ stream, just remember it does actually help me pay my bills and my rent. So, please consider that. Melpert prefers jazz, yeah. It's true. Still not got the camera right for him.
Ding dong, the witch is dead. Witch all with the wicked witch. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Witch all with the wicked witch. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. Oh, come out, you pretty sons, come out and fight without your guns. Show your wife how you won medals up in Derry. You murdered 16 men and you'll do the same again. So get out of here and take your bloody army. Come out, you black and tan.
Oh, he's being very cute. He's being very cute.
Down in Flanders, tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lace of Gillishandra. Oh, come out, you black and tan.
He's like, get off, Dad.
Show your wife how you
Get off.
down in Flanders, tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lace of Gillishandra.
Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
There it is, chat. There it is. Thank you so much for the unofficial hype train. Appreciate all of that. Thank you so much for Krill for the £4.20, Middle-earth Marxist for the £5, DJ Empirical for the £60.66, Half a Laptop for the £4.20, Lit for the £10, Just Johnny for the £5, Mr. Dank with another £5, Krill with another £19, and Kubashi with the 20 bits, Mr. Dank with the 69 bits, Catgirl Steph with the £19.63, and Sally Pocketful with the £22.19. Thank you so much for supporting me. I really appreciate you, chat. Let's get back to it now. Let's get back to the news about the French rioters. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the support. I do. All right. So, what else were we having a look at? We were up to about here, I think. Shut up. Macron has responded with defiant rhetoric calling for European unity and defending national sovereignty while hosting Danish and Greece. Talking about this stuff. At the same time, he's grappling with external pressures, including transatlantic tensions. Yeah, but whatever. We know about that, and we don't give a fuck. It's actually quite funny that he's under transatlantic pressure. Let's take a little look at some video. As I said, the aforementioned Porno du Riot. I think that this has all been filmed by Luc Offray from Anadolu Agency. Let's take a look at his footage. Hell yeah, dude. This is what it's about. This is what it's about. So this is obviously them blocking the highway before. Shut it all down. That's how you do it. We got a little bit of that to come. Banker with a W. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I always get excited when French firefighters start protesting because you know that they will fight the cops. You know that they will fight the cops. And it's funny as fuck. I disavow. I would never gleefully take pleasure in someone breaking the law, nor encourage my community to do it. But it's just what's gonna happen if capitalism continues to oppress people. You're just gonna have the state thugs get fucking murked up. Do you know what I mean? They're just gonna get attacked and shit. It's just what's gonna happen. You've been away. What are they? Why are they protesting? Same stuff. Austerity, cost of living. The Macron just being a piece of shit. Just all based stuff. Let's take a look at some other stuff. Hey, Ashlaws, what's going on? Good to see you as well. Come on now. Don't do me like this. Don't do... I disavow. It's not right. No one should be doing this. It's so bad. Oh, yeah. Fucking yeah, mate. Get fucked. Look at these, the fucking gendarmerie all fucking armored up and shit. You little fucking dickheads. Yeah! There's more of us than there are of them! Fuck yeah, dude. I mean, broadly, just generally speaking, it's just, they're obviously not doing any kind of tactics here to, like, hurt the cops or, like, destroy them or anything like that. It's just reminding them who are in charge. Do you know what I mean? It's just reminding the cops who's actually in charge. Like, there's more of us than there are of you. This is what we could do to you. We're not even being violent here. We're just fucking pushing up against you and shit. Do you know what I mean? They're even, like, you've got, like, fucking stewards here saying, like, yeah, you all right, mate? Yeah, you all right? Yeah, you're all right. Right, another one. It's fucking sick. Any more detail on what the protest is? I literally just, I don't know where people have been. I literally just read 2 articles explaining what the protests are about, but I will repeat it. I don't mind repeating it. It is just to do with cuts, staff shortages, the government not funding fire departments, austerity. It's cuts to public services and just generally, like, dissatisfaction with Macron and the neoliberal government. It's not just les pompiers, the firefighters. It is also doctors and shit like that, like teachers and stuff. You can see here there's a bunch of tractors as well. Is this real? It kind of looks a bit AI. I don't know. Is that actually real?
Ce soir, depuis le périphérique de l'île, nous montrons notre unité. Les agriculteurs et les pompiers sont ensemble.
Is this real? That looks AI. I'm not sure about that.
Mike is...
I'm genuinely not sure about that. This is the same footage that we saw before. So this is more footage of them blocking the highway, blocking the motorway. Hey Val, what's up? Yeah, this is just more of the same. This is just more of Luc Offlay's footage. Let's take a look at this. Bit more footage here. Some fireworks going off. Le Pompiers du Nord ont manifesté ce jeudi 29 janvier, which just means firefighters of the North have assembled on Thursday 29th of January. Pour demander plus de moyens et d'effectifs, I think that just means more money and more resources, more equipment, I think, d'effectifs. Ils affirment qu'il manque 162 pompiers dans le caserne du department. So there have been more people. Yeah, they need more staff. Effectif is personnel, right? Yeah, more staff. I think this just means 100 they only have 162 firefighters, or they need 162 extra firefighters in the department, or is that what dans le caserne means? Yeah.
Parce qu'aujourd'hui, on est dans un mouvement social.
Because today we're in a social movement that we have had to toughen up because the administration is deaf to our warnings. The understaffing is really, really significant. Consequently, it poses a problem for maintaining the proper functioning of the public service, the fire service. Today we're making an observation. This finding is alarming for the population, alarming, of course, for the number of people we have to put in our trucks. And the trucks leave us with insufficient crews. So it's less important protection for the population. Yeah, dope. Shut it down. Shut it the fuck down. Gasolin is barracks. Right, yeah, thank you. Alright, let's have a little look here. More footage here. Hundreds of firefighters rally over working conditions in France. This is more footage from Anadolu. So this is more footage of the highway getting shut down, as we saw earlier. Just setting tires on fire is like completely sicko pill, by the way. You know? Italian firefighters need to take notes. The government is picking preposterous fights with them at the moment. Yeah, for real. Let's take a look at this. Oh, this is the same footage we saw from before, them like pushing up against the cops. Bro, the cops are so dumb. Can you imagine like firing fucking tear gas at firefighters? Bro, they're gonna fucking suck that shit in. They don't give a fuck. These guys go into burning buildings, bro. They've got like mega lungs. You know what I mean? Madness. What else we got here? Some more footage from a different angle. Firefighters protesting Lille. Oh no, we've seen this angle as well, yeah. There's not that much reporting on it at this point. Saw a guy lighting a pile of trash cans? Hell yeah. Better respirators than the cops, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Growing public sector anger across France. Damn, that's crazy. What happens in France when all that happens? That's crazy. One side of this protest put their lives on the line to protect common people, and the other is the cops. Yeah, exactly. There we go. 700 pompiers s'est mobilisé pour dénoncer le manque d'effectifs. So the lack of staff, again. 700 firefighters mobilized. Let's talk about that. I think this is a bit better footage than what we saw before. 700 pompiers ont défilé à Lille suite à l'appel de l'unité syndicale de S2IS 59 pour porter leurs revendications. I believe that just says 700 firefighters have filled the streets of Lille next to an appeal with the union, the syndicate union, SDIS 59, for better provisions or something like that, I guess. Porter le revendication, I think that means opening of negotiations, possibly, you know? They want to have negotiations, but maybe they're not getting them. Not entirely sure. There's demands, that's what that means, yeah. To make their demands, yeah. Why aren't they funding firefighters properly? Yeah, it's just austerity shit. It's austerity stuff. Absolutely. Revendication means demands. Okay, yeah. After the unions called to make their demands. Gotcha. Selon le syndicat, il manquerait 7 millions d'euros et 160 postes dans le département du Nord. So again, that's talking about the 160 members of staff that they are short of in the North Department. Selon le syndicat, I guess like that means according to the union, 7 million euros is what they've lost in funding, which is insane if I've translated that right. 7 million euros is an insane amount of money to like cut from the fucking fire department. You know what I'm saying? The fire department, bro. The firemen. La mobilisation débute sur le périphérique, bloquant la circulation dans le 200. Puis s'est poursuivi dans le centre-ville. Started on the edge of town and then blocked the circulation of 2 roads, I guess, not 200 in the two districts maybe, and then they headed into town essentially. Both ways. They blocked traffic both ways. Yeah. 200. There you go. There you go. Some pretty interesting stuff going on there in France. Solidarity with the firefighters. I'll probably have a bit more information on this by Sunday on Red Planet. So don't forget to follow Red Planet. Hopefully there'll be more reporting, and hopefully I can shoot a message to one of my comrades in France who can inform me a little bit more about this, who is kind of like doing a bit of activism down there. Well, let's say a bit of activism. They're on the fucking ZAD. And get some more info about that. I'm sure they'll have some kind of knowledge or connection to what's going on. Oui, solidarité aux pompiers. How big a problem are fires though in France? They're always well funded where I live because bushfires are such a huge problem where I live, and in fact there's fires burning south of me at the minute. What you've got to remember is that in countries like ours, Litty Bros, northern European countries, firefighters fulfill the role of firefighting because often, you know, home fires in our countries are often because of like cooking accidents, gas leaks, gas explosions, smoking, you know, people falling asleep with ciggies in their hand and stuff like that. You know, there are often firefighters called on my road because there are various different, you know, risks. And the risks have gotten more and more intense as austerity has gone on and on and on, because what a lot of businesses do nowadays is they actually operate out of people's homes. So instead of having like an actual restaurant, what people will do is they'll start a business, put it on Deliveroo, and have like a range of you know, deposits and a range of different meals and stuff like that to order on Deliveroo, but they all cook it inside their own flat. And of course the flat itself doesn't have the necessary equipment to run like an industrial kitchen or an industrial thing. Ghost kitchen, is that what they call it? Is that what they call it? I didn't know that they had names, but yeah, like these things have you know, increased quite a lot in recent years, especially since lockdown is when it started, is when a lot of people started doing this because they were like, I need to make money and I've been made unemployed and I'm self-employed or whatever. Alberta made huge firefighting cuts like Specialized Rappel Team the year before a huge chunk of Jasper burned down. There you go. Fires aren't so common domestically speaking, but because of all the regulations of the heat, so they're pretty rare. Out in the bush, they're constantly happening. My confusion. Was wondering whether it's domestic or regional. I mean, I think that there have even been wildfires in France due to climate change. Yeah. Ghost kitchens have really blown up since COVID. No pun intended, I'm sure, there by Luna. So yeah, there's loads of different reasons that it's important. And again, like, you know, the fire service in the UK also fulfills just like a general kind of safety service, public service. So like, you know, if someone is gonna chuck himself off a building or something, the fire service will like coordinate with the police and shit. Yeah, they do a lot more than just fight fire, yeah. And we also have wildfires, even here in the UK, due to climate change. There's a big peat mountain range. It's not really a mountain range. It's just like massive hills, but they're made out of peat. It's called the Peak District in near Manchester in Derbyshire and West Yorkshire. And it's a really beautiful place to go. I try and go as often as I can, actually. It's one of my favorite places to go and just like be in the country. But in summer, you will get like a very, very, I don't know how to describe it, like a very tart, kind of tangy, burning smell. You know, it kind of smells like metal being burnt or something, but it's the peat, like the peat soil burning because it's got like a bunch of gas in it and shit. So yeah. It all happens. It all fucking happens. So, in further European news, we have got... What's this, chat? What's this? Oh my goodness. Can you believe it? First we had Marx Carney, and now we have Kieth Stalin. Oh my god. It's happening, chat. It's happening. Hey Theo, what's up? Starmer announces visa-free travel to China after talks with Xi in Beijing. UK Politics Live. Yo! Downing Street gives no date for when the agreement of 30 days of visa-free travel will come into force. UK citizens get visa-free travel to China after Starmer talks with Xi. Keir Starmer has secured a deal on visa-free travel to China for UK citizens during his visit to Beijing. PA Media reports. PA says, those visiting the country for less than 30 days will no longer need a visa under the agreement. Downing Street has announced it will apply to those travelling to China for business and as tourists, and brings the rules for UK visitors in line with those from 50 other countries, including France and Germany. The change will not come into effect immediately, but Beijing is understood to have committed to unilateral visa-free entry for UK citizens with a start date to be confirmed. British passport holders currently need a visa to enter mainland China. I consider this anti-Americanism. It is definitely as a result of the, it's definitely as a result of the continuing belligerent behavior of the USA. You know? It's definitely because of that. Hey, Fungal Goon, call me a gringo because I'm dressed in green with envy. Yeah, it's very exciting stuff. It's very exciting stuff. The US is becoming more and more isolated. No, it's great. It's really good stuff. This is the only good thing that Starmer has done. And what's actually really funny about it is that he is so much of a desperate worm that even though this is a good thing that he's done, like improving diplomatic ties with China, it's still him basically conceding. You know, what you've got to remember about the UK chat, I was texting Sophie about this earlier, and what she was saying was basically, like, we used to kind of like colonize them and control them and steal money and extort them for opium and shit and do all kinds of fucked up things in China. And now, because our head of the fucking white European Western Empire is now an insane podcaster pedophile who's just doing all kinds of insane shit and destroying soft power of the fucking USA all over the world, we've had to come begging for scraps to fucking Xi Jinping. It is absolutely fucking hilarious. Starmer said, as one of the world's economic powerhouses, businesses have been crying out for ways to grow their footprints in China. We'll make it easier for them to do so, including via relaxed visa rules for short-term travel, supporting them to expand abroad, all while boosting growth and jobs at home. That's crazy, bro. This is crazy. The jobs market in the UK is about to get insane. China's gonna flood you with fentanyl in revenge. Yeah, probably. Probably. I'm here for it, man. I'm here for it. Yeah, good night, network. It's good to thank you so much for being here. Also, yes, Aslan is in the chat. Please, everybody, go and show some love to Aslan Silver, based commie streamer. Go and show him some love. Okay, so we got some more news about this. This is a report from Manchester Evening News. Starmer enjoys popularity in China before announcing visa-free travel for UK citizens. Now, look at this, right? Now, this isn't popularity for Keir Starmer. I'm telling you right now, that's not what's going on here. All these people aren't going, oh my God, it's Keir Starmer. They are going, oh my God, it's the UK Prime Minister. That's why people are going fucking crazy about it. They're like, the UK Prime Minister, the guys that used to own Hong Kong and gave it back to us in fucking 1997 or 1996, they're here. China had the century of humiliation for the population. The UK has had 1,000 years of humiliation for their serf class. Right, exactly. He doesn't even... He's holding up signs for people and he doesn't even know what they say. This could say British century of cookification. This might say British century of cookification and he's just holding it up. He doesn't even know what's going on. Yeah, they're saying, wow, David Cameron's here. It says 6'7". Yeah, I'm G's bitch. Oh, is it passports? I don't know. You know? I'll be honest, I signed autographs in China too. They love visitors. No, but this is the Prime Minister. You know? Oh, I get what you're saying. Sorry. No, yeah, they should have welcomed him in Hong Kong. Let's see what he's actually saying. This is crazy.
Now, I made it a founding principle of my government.
Did he just say a pounding principle?
Now, I made it a founding principle of my
Oh my God, dude.
18 months ago that Britain would face outward again and re-engage with the world. Because when global events affect everything, from prices...
No, he said pounding. Listen. I know that the subtitles say founding, and it sounds like he says founding, but listen, he says fucking pounding.
Now, I made it a founding principle of my government.
Oh my God.
18 months ago, that Britain would face outward again and re-engage with the world. Because when global events affect everything, from prices in the supermarket shelves, to the jobs that we create, to how secure we feel, then this is how we deliver for the British people.
China-Britain Business Council, organized by China International Contractors Association, CINCA. Okay.
Now, this means being more open and frank.
No, he did mean to say founding principle. It just sounded like pounding.
And challenges. And it also means recognizing and respecting modern China in all its vastness and complexity for everything that it has achieved, and as a power whose fortunes directly affect the United Kingdom.
Chat, this is crazy, man. This is absolutely fucking insane. I can't believe that these are things that are coming out of Keir Starmer's mouth. Trump is going to be pissed about this. You know that, right? Trump was pissed about Marx Carney, and now snivelling worm, the dork of NATO, Keir Starmer, has gone to China and been like, China is so good. Look how good they're doing. It affects everybody in the world. It's really good that we're doing better relations with China. This is so insane, bro. I can't fucking believe this. How does China's fortune affect the UK? Dog, are you joking me? Are you kidding? One of our biggest trading partners has been like fucking around and like putting mad tariffs on loads of shit. and threatening everybody. And we have fuck all fucking, like, trading relations with the EU because of Brexit. They're our only fucking hope. The UK pinned itself into a fucking corner because we're so insane. What are the Tories and Reform's response to this? I don't think they've said anything straight away, but like I think that what they're probably just gonna say is like, and now the Prime Minister is selling us out to China. Can you believe it? What a betrayal of the British people. It'll just be some wet shit like that. Please, China, save us.
I'd like to echo a Chinese phrase, which I think captures the essence of what I'm talking about. Pursue common goals whilst reserving differences.
Pursue common goals while reserving differences. Isn't that like Maoist? Isn't that related to like the revolution? He's talking about revolutionary pragmatism of Mao, chat. You know? It's okay, it's just on the computer, Melpert, don't worry. He got so worried by that sound effect. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, Mao, more like Le Mao. Yeah, exactly. I love that, Scroot. Welcome in. Did those kids think he was Jeremy Corbyn? Oh my god, they might have thought he was Jeremy Corbyn. They might have thought he was Jeremy Corbyn. That's so mad. CBC and KMT united against Japan despite KMT mass murdering CBC members by the thousands a day. Yes. It's going to be a reference to that, right? That's crazy. That's crazy that he's referencing like revolutionary shit. I can't believe it. I'm like stunned. No. Yeah. I know what you meant. I know what you meant, Kairos. Yeah. Like that's what it's referring to. It's referring to shit like that. No, I don't. Yeah. I don't think it would have been Mao, but like it's revolutionary. You know? That's crazy, dude. That's absolutely crazy. I can't believe it.
That is what we're working together to achieve.
Starmer just said, fuck,
say that my
fuck America.
Is the more we engage, the more we visit each other, discuss, trade, build business links, cultural links, sports links, you name it. That is the way to develop the mutual trust and respect that is so important to the relationship between our two countries as we go forward.
No, he doesn't know where it's from. That's what I'm saying, Kairos. That's what I'm saying. But also the mad thing is that his fucking like aides don't know where it's from either because they're giving him the shit to say. Keir Stalin says stand up to the bosses. Yeah. Surprised to hear Keith Starmer actually turning away from the United Snakes hegemon. Amazing to see libs cave to the correct direction for once. It's just China doing nothing and winning. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's just China. I mean, they don't do nothing. Like, I think it is really important to say that they don't do nothing. They do a lot of stuff domestically and abroad. But they have, like, the key thing with China's foreign policy is that they say it's like Star Trek's Prime Directive. It's like you have to just let nations figure it out for themselves. And nations will either demand their own sovereignty or they won't, and it's nothing to do with us. We shouldn't get involved, right? And like I find that a bit crazy because it's kind of like it is a very like isolationist non-intervention kind of way of looking at things, but it also kind of it kind of ethically makes sense a bit. I don't know. It's tough to say, man, because it's like when you've for years just thought like, right, okay, the way to respond to imperialist aggression is that if you have nations that you're allied with, you fight alongside them. But I guess it doesn't really have any nations that it's allied with in that way. You know? No, their capitalism is not as vampiric, and it's because they don't really do capitalism, they do Dengism. And Dengism is a form of capitalism that is a mix of socialism and capitalism that they specifically went in with central planning to do, right? And that's the key difference. That's why they're so successful in terms of trade, development, technology, science, healthcare, etc., etc. Everything is fucking affordable, yada, yada, yada. You know, that's how they developed so much. And they haven't had to do the same things that the fucking empire did in order to get where we are, which is slavery, exploitation, and colonization, you know? Remember once 2 years ago when Baerbock went to China and started lecturing them on their human rights record while beating and imprisoning anyone protesting for Palestine? Yeah, it's good stuff. And they also punished scammers instead of putting them in charge, yeah. Yeah. No, it's crazy. His aides didn't even know what kind of shit they were getting him to say. It's just absolutely mad.
After an 8-year absence, 8 long years, 8 wasted years in many respects. So how do we move forward?
He's right. It is absolutely 8 wasted years, 100%.
First, we want to work together to boost growth.
Sun Tzu would say, when strong feign weakness, China is non-interventionist while having one of the highest, if not the highest, military budget on the planet. Yeah, they've also got one of the most powerful armies on the planet as well, yeah.
It's at the heart of the dialogue that you've been having here this afternoon. It's shared across our modern industrial strategy and recent announcements on China's next 5-year plan. And the United Kingdom has so much to bring to the table. Second, we want to deepen our engagement on security, and that includes doing more on border security.
Even more than the United States. I would say that in terms of quality of military equipment and vehicles, and I don't know about strategy, probably strategy. I mean, the military budget, how much it costs is one thing, because, look, the military budget in the United States might be $1.5 trillion, but it's $1.5 trillion because that's how much Lockheed Martin and fucking, you know, what's-some-face make it. That's how expensive they make it. It doesn't really matter what China's budget is, right? Their equipment is far more superior and far more, you know, advanced. You got me a link. Mr. Beast is now working with the Mormon Church. Oh my. Okay.
So welcome back.
Yeah, we might watch this in a bit. Thank you, Luna. That's crazy. What the fuck? Mr. Beast is working with the Mormon Church. Okay. Hello, Marionix. Yeah, our famous industrial strategy: sell everything not nailed down. Well, that's the hilarious thing about what's going on here. You've got Britain, who under Thatcher shut down all of our manufacturing, shut down all of our production, all of our mining, all of that stuff like that, and a lot of companies, British companies, exported their labor to China. And they were like, right, okay, so what we'll do is we'll pay Chinese workers fuck all, and they'll have a shit fucking life. Doesn't fucking matter. They'll produce all of our goods. We'll sell it here at a massive fucking profit, and we don't have to deal with unions or anything like that because just whatever. And now all of these like terrible neoliberal policies are coming home to roost in the fact that we've just settled into this society that is, you know, not mad enough about the fact that we have no public services, no nationalized public services at all even, and we have no job prospects, terrible fucking material conditions. We're just not mad enough about that shit, and everyone is just like comfortable with having like a bit of a like shit damp flat with Netflix. Like that's literally my existence. Do you know what I mean? And I'm a fucking communist, right? I'm literally a communist. I'm literally an organizer. Was trying to build fucking tenant power with the local tenants union for a long time, and I still am, you know. And you know, it is just hilarious. That's why it's so fucking hilarious, because it's like, yeah, everything just, you know, got fucking sold off, and now look at where we are. We're begging China for scraps from the table, you know?
Right. Including looking at exports of small boat engines, which are being used by criminal gangs in the English Channel.
Oh no, how did he make it about that?
And that's a very important issue in relation to everybody back in the United Kingdom.
No, it isn't! No, it isn't! Oh, I hate him, man. I fucking hate him. I knew there was going to be a way. I knew there was a way for him to ruin our fucking reputation with China. They're just going to be sat there like, what is he talking about? I mean, to be fair, it kind of looks like there's a few white people in this room. I don't know. I can't see their faces, but like...
It also includes deepening our dialogue on cybersecurity. And, of course, as permanent members of the Security Council, we must also address issues...
Oh, it's for Reform who are going to be watching this, yeah.
Reducing nuclear risk. And
no, that's crazy. He's asking G to stop the boats, yeah.
...of a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. Fundamental issues of our time. Third, we want to do more together on global challenges, like climate change and global health. As a proud, free trading nation, we need a strong global trading system. So we want to work together on WTO reform as well, to foster the stability and the openness that our businesses need to thrive.
So today, to create more stability,
who's this?
Signed a number of agreements and MOUs.
Oh, it's him from fucking Parliament. What's his name?
These partnerships will help strengthen the foundations for greater business success into the future. Today, we launched a bilateral services partnership to deepen government cooperation and grow business partnerships. We've announced a joint feasibility study looking at negotiating bilateral trade in services agreement. Now, these things align very well with China's recent State Council meeting, chaired by Premier Li, which focused on boosting consumption, particularly services consumption, as a priority. Now, our export MOU...
And we in the UK have a service-based economy. So what are they... I don't understand. Like, what are they saying? That they're going to invest in, like, companies like fucking Starbucks and shit? I don't know.
Confirms Chinese commitment.
What accent is that? It's fucking Westminster. Posh fucking English Westminster accent.
Work with us on increasing UK exports. And this visit is a springboard. This isn't the last moment. It is a springboard into a future with far more action to come.
Westminster. Ha ha! You got it. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating, man. Absolutely fascinating. Jacob Rees-Mogg accent. Chat, what does that mean? What does the bilateral trade on services mean? Does he literally mean like British fucking restaurants and shit are gonna be able to like do shit in China, or China are gonna be able to invest in British restaurants or some shit? Like, what does it mean? Sounds like the lettuce prime minister. Yeah, every Tory will have that accent. Every Tory will have that posh Westminster accent, yeah. I don't understand how this benefits China. I mean, they'll get more tourism, that's for sure. Getting a Greg's in Shanghai, that would be insane. Financial services. Yeah, you're right, Maru Nix. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Massive spoons in Beijing. The guy that owns spoons would never have that. He would never have that. You know how racist that guy is. There's no way. He would say the most insane shit about putting a spoons in Beijing. Shoe zone in China, you're right. That's more, what do you call it? Can't remember. I mean, yeah, China gets soft power from it. Yes, correct. Yes. They get a favorable view from people. Yes, correct. Tesco's at Shanghai, yeah. They got the good pork pies. Oh, this is so good, dude. They got the leader of the ex-colonizer state of the empire that fucking forced them to do so much insane shit and, like, extracted all that wealth from their fucking opium and shit. They got him to stand on a day with the Chinese People's Republic of China flag right next to him, which is an expression of communist. It's red. Look, everywhere is red. Everywhere is fucking communist. This is insane. It's actually mad. Can't believe China's getting a Nando's before the USA. Yeah. We need them BYDs, you know? We need that BYD. They were just like, we're going to film this, but I can't be bothered to translate it. This is so fucking British, honestly. Hey, Morrigan, what's up? Interesting that she isn't there. Has to be deliberate and has to have meaning. I think that he is there. I think he did meet him because this is just one meeting, Litty, and I think that he is he's been on like a broader state visit. My housemate has a Xiaomi phone. It looks awesome. Hell yeah. Hey, absolutely rubbish. I heard Starmer gifted him a football. What? Fucking what? Oh, this guy is... He's just an embarrassment, man. A fucking football. I love football. I love the big game. She's a Man United fan. Tenor says it was made in China.
A very productive visit, including, as you reference, my bilateral discussion with President Xi this morning and over lunch.
He is a fan of Manchester United, really? That's crazy. That's actually mad. Well, there you go. That's why he did it. A football is like when you gift someone something that you just want for yourself, yeah. He's looking jet lagged to fuck. He doesn't know what's going on.
Education and training.
Look at the beautiful flowers on the desk. I love this shit. It looks so good. The roses and the lilies and the tulips. They just make it look so beautiful. We don't have any of this shit, you know? When do we get... We don't get any of that shit.
You on inspection, quarantine, and sanitary requirements for farm aquatic products and edible aquatic animals.
Yeah, a spanner is a crescent wrench, yeah. Starman needs some body confidence classes. Oh, God. Okay, well, there's the MEN's report on it. Let's take a look at this. This is the BBC. Now, you know what the BBC is like, chat. Even though they're the state mouthpiece, they could be critical of this. They could indeed be very critical of this because you got to remember the UK ruling establishment is not just the government. It is various different people in corporations and public corporations, even publicly owned corporations like the BBC. So let's see what they say. And again, remember, one of the chief editors of the BBC is Rafi Berg, big Zionist, fan of Israel. Let's have a little look at this.
Jinping, he wants a more sophisticated relationship with China as he met the president at the Great Hall of People on the first...
Hey, Coral Pal. Yeah, I've seen a couple people like ask streamers to do this recently, just so everybody knows. I think, Kairos, I think you had some people saying this in your chat the other day. If your streamer is an affiliate, which I am, I'm not partner, right? Because you need to have like a consistent, I think it's like 2 months of 75 average viewers, and you have to stream a certain amount of time in order to unlock that. I do the amount of time, I don't get the average viewers. But yeah, I am an affiliate still. I'm not a partner on Twitch, so like I don't have the little purple tick. You don't have any control over video quality settings. So I tend to stream at 4,500 kilobytes a second. I know that that sounds like a lot, but some people do stream at more than that. Yeah, I am sorry if you're not getting those settings today with me. Sometimes you will get them with my stream. It's just that Twitch basically just does it by random for affiliates. It gives, you know, it has a look at like how many average viewers that you have over like the last month or something, and then it decides whether you get to offer people different video quality. So I can't do anything to change that, I'm afraid, Coral Pal. I'm sorry about that. And Kairos, I don't know if you figured that out after having that chatter ask you about that. I think I managed to fix it. People seem to have indicated that it got better. I mean, you can control like what bitrate you stream at, but you can't control whether your chatters have the option on your stream to like lower the quality so that they can like see it better. So yeah, I am sorry about that, Coral Pal.
Full day of his trip. The Prime Minister said China was a vital player on the global stage. Speaking ahead of a tour of the Forbidden City, he also confirmed to the BBC that he raised the case of Jimmy Lai and the issue of human rights. In his opening remarks, President Xi said the UK-China relationship had seen in recent years twists and turns that did not serve the interests of either country. But he said China stood ready to develop a long-term strategic partnership. Our China correspondent Steve McDonald reports from Beijing.
At the Great Hall of the People, the first British Prime Minister to visit in 8 years was welcomed. The governments of both China and the UK have decided that relations had been in the cold for too long, and now the thaw is well and truly on.
Yeah, you should complain to Twitch directly.
Player on the global stage.
You should say, Twitch, you should just give DJ Muel partner, because he's really good. And he'll get loads and loads of, he'll get you loads and loads of money or something. I don't know. He'll be a really, really good ambassador for Twitch. Even before affiliate, you can push a certain amount up to nearly 7,000. You can add different layers, but until the level streamer mentioned, the streamer's PC would have to encode like 5 streams worth at once. It's a pain. I mean, my PC is not necessarily like the issue. Like, but again, like I could stream at 7,000 bitrate, but I don't because I know. Basically, for me, it's like a balance between quality and the amount that people are going to be able to watch. Because I want people to be able to watch my streams even if they don't have amazing internet. Like, you should be able to get my stream if you like have 5 meg internet. You know, like you should be able to get that basically. And I know that sometimes people don't even have that, so I do appreciate that. But that's why I've set it to that, because I personally, I think that's quite reasonable. And it also means that I can have the quality that it is. So yeah.
And it's vital that we build a more sophisticated relationship.
Yeah, Xi should ask him about the fucking Palestine action hunger strikers. Look, there's Xi.
To collaborate, but of course also allow a meaningful dialogue on areas where we disagree.
Thanks, Mr. Dank.
You've publicly said that China is an opportunity and that dealing with China is not a choice, but a necessity. I commend these words. China stands ready to develop with the UK a long-term and consistent...
Why does Xi always look so cute? It's so true.
It will benefit our two peoples and the wider world.
Thank you, Duke of Blonde.
Even before his arrival, the Chinese government was talking up Britain's commitment to free trade and multilateral institutions like the United Nations.
Yes, it's because of the history that Britain has with China, you fucking absolute nerd.
The contrast being with the Trump administration. It's Beijing's way of saying...
And that's also why they're so excited about it, because they're like, yes, look, the UK is moving away from the USA.
that these are areas where like-minded countries can cooperate.
Yes.
After today's meeting with Xi, the UK leader...
Are we the first colonists to go begging to China? Pass. Maybe. Maybe. In terms of countries who directly colonized China... I don't know if the Netherlands have any plans to do this, but the Netherlands colonized China as well, right? The Portuguese, yeah, like, have the Portuguese done any trading with China? It does really underpin China as the global leader for the next century. Yeah. I think that this is all really key for the way in which the geopolitics is going to go. I think that this is a huge turning point, and I think that the more soft power that China builds while Trump destroys all of the fucking soft power that the USA has built over the last fucking 100 years, just because of his egotistical celebrity status, mafioso, capitalist desire. You know what I mean? The USA came banging to China in 2009 for a loan, if I remember correctly. They gave China and other countries the G20. Ah, yes, of course. But then the G20 was nonsense, right? Even if we are irrelevant in most ways. Well, I just think it is significant, right? It is a significant thing. Like, if you actually care about Chinese history, which I'm sure people like Xi Jinping does, then yeah, you are going to see this as like a massively significant development. The G20 is like a baby seat with a toy wheel at the back of the car. Yeah. Doesn't mean shit.
Tariffs of whiskey. We're looking at how they're to be reduced, what the time frame is, visa-free travel.
Oh, that's great.
How far, how much, and when that can start. And on the information exchange on small boats, the cooperation that we need within a dialogue.
Information exchange on small boats is so crazy. What do you mean, bro? What do you mean? Information exchange on small boats?
Information exchange on small boats, the cooperation that we need within a dialogue actually about...
He really is just like doing a press conference to reform at this point, right? That's what he's doing.
Strategic focus on security and defense.
Boosting business and cultural links may be dominating this trip.
China gonna patrol the channel? Like, what does he mean, bro? China's sending the small boats, hey, Morton?
Whether it be the Chinese government's treatment of ethnic minorities in Xinjiang or other accusations of abuse, sensitive issues can't be ignored.
What are you on about? They just love to be like Uyghurs. All the Uyghurs, man. All the fucking Uyghurs. They're getting murdered all the time. You can't do business with China because of the Uyghurs. Don't forget the Uyghurs, chat.
When visiting the Chinese capital, Western governments are seen as duty-bound.
What are we doing with Muslims in our country, bro? What are we doing with immigrants in our country? Trying to make less dinghies equals win? Yeah, but it's mad because they're not even coming over on those kinds of boats. They're coming over on like inflatable fucking, like, I don't know. They look like them fucking long boats that you used to like do a ride on at the beach. 90% of dinghies have been found to be made in China. This is something we cannot ignore. Yeah, that's what he's saying. I've studied the Xinjiang thing for a couple of years. It's not great, but it's not a genocide. No, that's the thing. It's like a problematic re-education kind of program, right? Where it's like, hey, just so you know, you've got your culture, but you should integrate with China. And that does suck, and it's bad. But again, comparing that to how we treat immigrants of all kinds in the UK, people who are coming here for asylum, rightfully, you know, I imagine China does the same with asylum seekers. I imagine if you're a white person from Britain, you go to China and you say, can I live here now? And they go, we'll have to look through your immigration thing. And they'll give you better conditions than what you get in the fucking, in the United Kingdom. And they might say, well, you've got to realize that you've been fed a bunch of lies about China, and they'll have to sit down and educate us. You know what I'm saying? Plus, they had a terrorist problem there. I didn't know that. Yeah. But, like, yeah, again, it's just, you know, this is why on Red Planet last Sunday, we got Rowie on, because we knew, well, obviously Rowie is just a base guy anyway, but it was why we did the show particularly on translating Palestine and breaking the language barrier to understand Western propaganda, because that is what Western propaganda relies on. It relies on most Westerners just speaking one language. Do you know what I mean? One fucking language. And so we don't hear anything about it. We just don't hear anything about it other than what people who are speaking in the language that we speak want us to hear. Uyghurs are historically quite liberal in their observance of Islam. Yeah, that's why, they drink alcohol, don't wear the veil until the 90s when Wahhabism infiltrated from Afghanistan, allegedly through Al-Qaeda. Yeah, again, like another example of Western fucking foreign interference in the region, causing problems for various different countries, you know? So yeah, it's just mad. It's just mad.
Raised the issue of China's significant human rights abuses, and Keir Starmer is no different. In fact, the Chinese government...
Al-Qaeda, yep, there are guys.
If a Western politician was to come to Beijing and not stand up for their principles, they'd be considered as weak and treated as such.
However, the goal of trips like this...
How is this any different than what we do? Like, I don't know, dude. Did you not see how Trump spoke to Zelensky, who the US has been using for a proxy war in Europe for like the last 4 years? Did you not see how that went down? It's just, they just love to be like, China's so evil. Everything that China does is so bad, and if you do anything wrong, you get killed. You get like a big red hot poker shoved right down the urethra, and then you get killed, and they call you gay. You know, it's like, shut up, man.
This is not to focus on points of difference, but where cooperation can be achieved. And a series of deals are expected to be signed over the coming hours. It's why Britain's business community has joined this delegation in such big numbers.
Let's speak now to a former director of operations.
Britain's business community has joined this delegation in big numbers. Chat, it's Jova. The empire is done. It's over. We're watching it collapse in real time. This is just another example of it.
Let's speak now to a former director of operations and intelligence for MI6 and now senior advisor for cybersecurity.
Oh yeah, this guy's going to have some great takes.
And China at the International Institute for Strategic Studies.
They've signed a deal on access to the service market in the UK for China and Chinese businesses. I believe that China have done a reciprocal agreement, and service market, service sector, whatever you want to say. And they've also signed an agreement on UK tourists and UK businesses who are going to China for over like 7 days, under 30 days, said that they don't need to have a visa now. So it's going to be great for tourism. I mean, like, if you look at flights to China, man, I was looking at it the other day, it's like 500 quid there and back. So, you know? Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Never been to China in my life. I'm going. Listen, do you know how much it is to get a fucking hotel over there? It's like £19 a night at some places. If you want a 5-star hotel, it's 47. £47 a night. I would absolutely do a China stream without a shadow of a doubt. Are you mad? All the other fucking commie streamers have done it. Hugo did it. Hassan did it. I don't think Hugo did a stream, but he went there, right? British stag nights are going to ruin Beijing like they did Amsterdam. No, the Chinese won't tolerate that. They won't tolerate that shit, dude. That's not going to happen. No way. I can't imagine, like... Has Speed been to... Oh, yeah, Speed went to China, didn't he? Yeah. Nah, I can't imagine. The problem with Amsterdam is the red light district. That's why stag nights go to Amsterdam. Because it's like, oh, you could get yourself a brass before you get married and smoke a spliff while you shagger. Yeah, no, you're right. Hugo did stream from Beijing. Yeah, he did. Get a visitor's visa. Well, no, you don't need to get a visa anymore. That's what this new deal is about. If China takes out the stag doos, we'd really owe them. That's very true. Yeah.
Nigel Inkster. Thank you for joining us, Nigel. We know that China is obviously a global...
Is brass bad? Should I say brass? You shouldn't say it, right? It's not like a slur. It's just like slang for a sex worker, right? I don't know. Sex worker. It means sex worker, right?
Power, but just
that's the way lads say it, you know?
Sense of the
lads
risk it poses to the
same way they go to Temple Bar in Dublin to get pissed, right? Exactly. They go to fucking Dublin to get pissed, go to the Guinness factory and shit like that, and it's like, you know, that's why they go to Dublin.
Accuracy.
Well, China represents...
And then all of a sudden they'll start speaking in Irish accents. It's definitely not embarrassing.
Very different ideology from that of the UK. It's certainly not a liberal democracy and has no...
Oh, this guy!
intention of becoming one. And it does see itself as caught up in a global contest to determine what ideology becomes globally predominant.
Yes, he's right, and he's really scared. Fucking come on!
So there is always this factor that's going to have to be borne in mind when dealing with China.
Global communism, baby.
China engaging in a wide range of activities which are indifferent.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. MI6 are going to assassinate Keir Starmer. This is fucking... It's obviously going to happen. They're so mad that he's done this. They're just like, this is ridiculous. What's the difference between MI5 and MI6? MI6 is international intelligence. MI5 is internal.
Fundamental to UK interest. You mentioned pervasive cyber espionage, some of which falls within what one might characterize as...
Yeah, China not being a liberal democracy is literally why they're winning. That's what I mean. It's so... He's so mad.
Legitimate scope of espionage, state-on-state espionage.
Poor neutral UK being influenced by China, yeah.
Security, but a lot of it is also about industrial espionage for economic benefit, which is in many ways probably more immediately detrimental to UK national interests. We've also seen China...
MI5 and MI6. MI6, well, no, both of them. They're like the British CIA. We're getting a British FBI, apparently. Yeah, that's really cool, isn't it? It's really good stuff. Why does no one ever talk about MI3 and 4? A good point. A very good point. Innie and outie. That's right, fucking steals. That is what that is. Yeah. Yeah. What's really funny about the FBI thing, by the way, I want to just touch on that really briefly. What's really funny about the government saying that we need an FBI is that basically the reason that British police forces across the board... No, the Met Police is not an FBI for the UK. The Metropolitan Police is just the police force for the London metropolitan area, which is Greater London. We don't have an FBI because previously our police force was able to tackle crime broadly across the country, or whatever the government perceives as crime, because they were funded in a appropriate manner. But the Tories defunded the police, as I've mentioned many times here on the stream, and that's very funny because no one was asking them to do that, and they just did it as part of austerity. And then that's why they want a British FBI, because they're saying that actually we don't have enough police to deal with the crime in the country, so we need more police. And it's like, yeah, dude, no shit. It's because you didn't reverse those Tory policies of austerity. So it's like we're gonna defund the police, but then we have to fund them again. Okay, what do you want, bro? The Metropolitan Police could turn up and arrest anyone for terrorism. No, that's the counter-terrorist police. There's the counter-terrorist police. In Britain, we've got various local police forces. So you'll have county police forces. Like, for example, in Manchester, we have Greater Manchester Police, which covers the 10 boroughs of Greater Manchester. We've got there's like Border Patrol, which do like stuff around the border, immigration. We have a British ICE, which is literally Immigration and Customs Enforcement. It's literally called ICE. So we already have ICE. So all these like ideas about like, oh, we should have a British ICE, we already have those. We got the British Transport Police, which are cops on trains to, I guess, deal with bombs and shit. We've got MI5, MI6, and I think that's it. It's like 7 different kinds of cops in the UK, I think. I'm pretty sure. We don't have like a national police force.
Seeking to exercise covert influence in the UK through a variety of means. I think the thing is, having said all that, it's pretty clear what they're doing, and I think it's pretty clear that our security and intelligence agencies have a fairly good handle on what is happening. So I would say that the situation is eminently...
Yeah, I think we got special forces, yeah.
The issue is that China obviously can't be...
Could bring back the black and tans if you want a paramilitary that's barely controllable and answers to almost anybody. I mean, whatever they want to do, whatever the Tories and Reform want to do that's going to be like ICE is going to be that, basically, isn't it? They're going to want, like, a paramilitary like the black and tans. You know, so, yeah, that is just what they mean when they talk about ICE. Every police force had to put money into counter-terror under the Tories. The doctor returning for Pakistan was picked up from Wales by Yorkshire police. She was on the most wanted list. Well, I think that the police do coordinate with counter-terrorism police. I don't think it means that like the Met police are not, you know, are not the counter-terrorism police, you know? I know what you're saying. Any police force can coordinate with... They're cops. They do what they want, right? They don't give a fuck about rules. They do what the fuck they want.
Which obviously the British Prime Minister is trying to do, as well as being defensive.
Look at these Chinese operatives in chat digging up info on our great British forces.
Frankly, I think it requires, Einstein-level intellect to work out how to do this. But no, seriously, I think the UK can do quite well, I think, out of this relationship. But what it does have to do is make sure that its own house is in order, that its institutions are in good shape.
So what he means by that is that we need to make sure that we don't go communist. We need to make sure that people don't get what people are now calling Beijing syndrome. They used to call it Havana syndrome. Trump said that he stole the discombobulator, but he didn't. Because Havana syndrome is just when you realize that communism is good, actually. And now people are calling it Beijing syndrome. So, there you go. There you go.
Its willingness to defend its values and interests that really matter, is well thought through. To put it bluntly, if China does something that is clearly detrimental to the UK interests, then there needs to be a robust response. China...
What is he on about? He's just making stuff up. He's just doing delusional fantasy MI6 brainwashing freestyling right now. He's like, if China do anything scary, then the UK will have to do something. What are they going to do, bro? What are they going to do, you fucking toilet brush looking motherfucker? Put Countdown on. Shut the fuck up. You're not in MI6 anymore. Give it a rest. Put the kettle on.
When it encounters no resistance, continues to push forward. When it does encounter resistance, it draws back.
It's good to get your take.
Yeah. When stuff happens, stuff also might happen. Shut the fuck up. It's good to get your take. This is so wet, man. What a fucking waste of money the BBC is. What the fuck are you on about? He needs a fish finger butty. Correct. Completely mental. Looking like Neil Buchanan that got stretched out and sucked out.
Nigel, thank you so much. Nigel Inkster there.
Nigel Inkster. This motherfucker's called Nigel Inkster. What you on about?
He's a former director of operations and intelligence for MI6 now, a senior advisor for cybersecurity and
They took dummy phones and laptops because they were scared of getting hacked. That's so stupid, man. That's so stupid. What information do they think? Like, this is the case with, like, the data cable and the new Chinese embassy shit, right? It's like, what information do you think China is going to discover other than coordinated war plans with the USA? Like, that's it. But they don't really seem to be too concerned about that because they probably already hacked the fucking Department of War in the USA. Haven't they? Yeah, they're ahead in every single way. They don't need to hack the Epstein files because they already did it. It's probably the fucking United States internet infrastructure currently is probably the most hackable country's infrastructure in the world. Like, I do not doubt that for a second. They're talking about putting Grok into the Pentagon. All you would have to do as a Chinese intelligence officer is just go on Grok for a bit and, like, just keep asking it US security questions. Questions about US security policy. Just keep doing it. Just keep typing in jailbreak mode. And Grok will go, jailbreak mode unlocked. Yes, the Pentagon is currently planning on... I read about major breaches from North America companies every month. That's what I mean. Yeah, the war plans that they leak in their non-secure chat. It's just that they're way ahead of all of that stuff.
The International Institute for Strategic Studies.
Yeah, see you, Nigel.
Let's speak now to Stephen McDonnell, who's in Beijing for us. Stephen, obviously this is being seen as a big deal here in the UK.
The head of Trump's cybersecurity uploaded confidential files onto ChatGPT this week. Oh my God.
If it's being viewed like that in China.
Mental.
Yeah, well, certainly it's getting a lot of attention. And I suppose the significance of this visit all depends on who you are. If you're a British company wanting to do business in China or a Chinese company wanting to do business here, then it is obviously going to be a big deal. If you're a student of...
Yeah, they just find Mossad spyware if they hacked him,
Western countries are realigning because they can't rely on the US anymore under Donald Trump.
He's saying it.
Moving closer to trade with China.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's also significant. But really the...
Trump is gonna abduct Keir Starmer. Tommy Robinson is gonna be coming in his pants. Trump's gonna bomb several random tower blocks in fucking London and then abduct Keir Starmer. Fucking hell, man. Yeah, listen, I'm not a fan of gentrification, but if you live in London and you want to pay some cheap rent, I would say move up to Manchester. This is the only time that I'm allowing gentrification. Yeah, it's the only time I'm advocating for it. Just rent somewhere cheap, yeah? Just, like, don't move into the city centre, even though you can afford it. Just move somewhere like fucking Gorton. Go to Gorton and vote. Move to Gorton and vote for Green. Do it in the next month. Do it now. It always rains in Manchester. Nah, it's fine. It's not that bad. It's good. We got loads of beautiful countryside all around us.
The question is the impact.
Trump will restart the IRA and give him bombs. No, that'd be too based. He wouldn't do that. No, he wouldn't do that. That would go against his interests.
The whole trajectory of Britain-China relations, and you know, I think
he hates Gaddafi too much to do that.
Any observers here, the serious China watchers, would hope that we can move to a
Stockport is nice, that's right.
People in the West, that is, not expected to choose between...
I would, Muel, but my passport has been expired for years. You don't live in London. I'm talking about Londoners. I was just talking about London getting bombed.
Totalitarian hell or China as workers' paradise. That really this is a complex place. And that while China can be criticised, for example, for the very serious human rights abuses here.
I have the right to vote in the UK. You should do it, Lorcan.
In the development of new technologies and transport.
Oh, you're just being stupid, okay.
And that in that space, countries like the UK can start to do more trade here.
Yeah.
And that's the path that the UK government would like to be walking along right now.
And Stephen, this, as we know, this is a 3-day exercise. It's all about defrosting relations between London and Beijing. Do we know what to expect from it's another day to go, correct?
Yeah, well, half a day here and then another whole day tomorrow. So, for example, there is a big business meeting later on in the coming hours. Deals are going to be announced, memoranda of understanding.
Just what is he saying? What is he saying here? Like, look at this, like, we can't... This muted visual of him, like, pointing at stuff and going, oh, yes, and you could just imagine what he's saying. He's just going, oh, yes, that's where you hold the state executions, isn't it? Yes. Yes. You'd probably put me there, actually, because I earn over £1 billion every month.
In the coming hours, deals are going
Just
to be
imagine what he's
announced
saying, can't you?
understanding.
Just embarrassing us even more.
This could involve electric vehicles, agriculture, education, pharmaceuticals, another function later on tonight, and then it's all happening again tomorrow in Shanghai, the business capital of China, if I could put it that way. More meetings. Keir Starmer will be sitting down with the Communist Party secretary in that city, and other business delegates will be coming along with him. More business meetings, potentially more announcements. So lots more to come. In fact, tomorrow and then even on Saturday morning, I think there's more stuff to come. So it is a pretty packed schedule for the UK Prime Minister here in China.
All right, there's the BBC report on it. Let's take a look at this. This is a 1 minute 40 report from South China Morning Post. Let's hear what they've got to say about it. Not much reporting here.
About being outward looking, about taking opportunities, building relationships, having confidence globally, and always being absolutely focused on our national interest. And it is in our national interest to engage with China. For me...
He's right. He's right. Imagine if they called him Jeremy Corbyn. Imagine, yeah.
The most important thing, as ever, is to be absolutely determined that this will deliver...
By the way, does everybody know that Maduro was friends with Jeremy Corbyn, and that's what he called him? Can I just get this up? I'm typing one-handed because my other hand is underneath Tom's head, Melpit's head. Is it going to be this? Is it going to be on here? All the fash in the UK were pissed off about this when they were talking about like Maduro and shit earlier this year. Check it.
Parlamentario británico, militante y dirigente del Partido Laborista. En estos días tuvimos una noticia muy triste. Falleció Tony Benn a los 88 años. Tenemos a Jeremy Corbyn, quien nos está...
Jeremy Corbyn.
Días tuvimos una noticia muy triste. Falleció Tony Benn a los 88 años. Tenemos a Jeremy Corbyn, quien nos está llamando desde Londres y a...
Fucking sick. So good, dude. So fucking good.
Back into the United Kingdom. Because everything you're doing here, everything I'm doing here, is focused on how do we benefit people at home, in the United Kingdom.
Maduro's been podcasted way longer than Trump and any of his admin.
将同他举行会谈会见，就双边关系和共同关心的问题深入交换意见。
Okay, I'll translate this for the listeners. Chinese leaders will hold talks and meetings with him to exchange in-depth views
就双边关系和共
on bilateral relations and issues of common concern.
四大漠首相
Prime Minister Starmer will also visit Shanghai.
中方呢愿意
China is willing to take this visit as an opportunity to enhance political mutual trust and deepen practical cooperation with the UK, jointly opening a new chapter in the healthy and stable development of UK-China relations and working together to make efforts and contributions to world peace, security and stability. In-depth views, that'll be a first for China, yeah. A first for Starmer, yeah. Scheinbaum as well. Wait, she was a podcaster? No way. That's crazy. That's absolutely mad. Let's have a little look at this.
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
Reporters take Starmer's China visit signals a pragmatic reset in ties. I think that's a pretty good take. This is from CGTN, China State Media, or English version. Let's have a listen.
Visit to China could mark a strategic reset in bilateral relations.
Welcome to China.
Oh, thank you so much. It is the first visit
thank
to China
you so
by a
much.
British Prime Minister in 8 years. The trip follows a prolonged cooling of ties after the post-2018 golden era, shaped by Brexit, global turbulence, and intensifying geopolitical.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. This is it. This is it. This is the way that you should be reporting on this shit, man. Let's fucking go. He's saying it how it is. The first visit to China by a prime minister in 8 years since fucking Brexit, COVID. But that's highlighting all the shit that has gone wrong in the UK, and that's why they've come. Do you know what I mean?
The trip follows a prolonged cooling of ties after the...
Shinebaum does a 2 hours live stream almost every day to explain what the government has been doing. That's crazy. I love that shit, actually.
2018 golden era, shaped by
Brexit, live streams of speeches,
turbulence, and intensifying geopolitical pressures. So how might this trip shape the future direction of China-UK relations? The China-UK golden era can be traced back to more than a decade ago, when economic...
Yeah, it's too hard for Kid Starver to learn thank you in Mandarin, and it's crazy because it's literally like Shin or something, or Shin. I can't remember. Shin.
It's great to be back.
Then UK Prime Minister David Cameron sought access to the Chinese market to help recover from the 2008 financial crisis.
Oh, that's so funny, dude. Shishi, yeah. That's how you say thank you. Shishi, yeah. That's so funny. Like that's the only reason that David Cameron went there. That's the only reason that David Cameron went to China. He was like, "We're desperate. Please let us have access to your market. We had a terrible financial crash." You know? Yeah, begging, absolutely begging. And now here we are again.
The frequent exchange lasted till Theresa May's leadership. 2018 was also the last time a UK Prime Minister visited China, when the two sides vowed to carry on strengthening ties. The momentum, however, did not last. Brexit was one factor reshaped the landscape. The UK's decision to reverse its earlier stance on Huawei's role in its 5G network was also seen by China as a setback.
We won't sell opium anymore. Please let us in. Hey, Baldwin, yeah.
Crisis, COVID-19 or some other also have a very negative influence on this foreign policy of the UK towards China.
Yeah.
Domestic restructuring and trade negotiations took priority, while uncertainty over Britain's post-EU role complicated long-term planning with partners, including China. But the rising trade protectionism and geopolitical tensions are reshaping the global landscape. Across Europe, concerns over US policies and shifting security priorities.
Just want to do a gentle nudge on this. Let's not be doing this in the chat, please. This fucking shit. Yeah? If you don't know why, it's fucking Nazi ableist Reddit shit. Yeah? Let's not do it. Yeah, I know that a lot of people have like emotes and shit like that, but yeah, let's not do the thing, yeah?
Are prompting countries to seek greater economic resilience and strategic autonomy. China is increasingly...
Yeah, I mean that's a lot of people don't know about the fucking shit, and it is just like, you know. Yeah. That's why I'm just doing a gentle nudge on it, you know what I mean? I don't think a lot of people like understand where it comes from, and it's like I do hear like autistic people getting like a bit stressed with it. Some autistic people are fine with it, but some autistic people are stressed with it. I'm not autistic, but you know, it's just kind of my policy, right? I think that language matters a little bit. It's why I don't like people using the using bitch in this chat and shit like that as well. Yeah, like okay, so all right, I guess let me just I'll trot this out again. This is where comes from. So you could barely find it now because it's like fucking yeah, so this is where it comes from. Right. So you will see like, yeah, it's like an autism hate dog whistle. I know that people aren't using it like that, right? I know that people aren't using it in that way, so it doesn't matter, but I do think it's important that we know where this shit comes from, right? But like this autistic screeching thing, basically people would say instead of that, because obviously like what they're doing is like what they think is like, you know, they see autistic people as like, I don't know, like super mentally disabled and shit, and so they have this like idea of what like a mentally disabled person would like scream and shit like that. So yeah, it's it's not the best. People don't know where it comes from, and it's like I do think that that's important, you know. It's used to express general anger. No, I know that it is. I know that it is kind of vernacularly now, which is why I'm not going to go mad and like ban people for it and stuff, but I just kind of don't want it in this chat, you know what I mean? Like I don't want people saying bitch. I don't want people saying like slut and shit like that. I just don't think that that's like cool for our women comrades and shit. Other people are going to do it, but you know, just not here, innit?
Productive partner in that process.
当前国际形势变乱交织，中英作为联合国安理会常任理事国，保持沟通，加强合作，符合两国人民共同利益，也有利于促进世界和平、稳定与发展。
This time, Prime Minister Starmer's visit focuses on pragmatic topics. He's traveling with senior business leaders, signaling the revival of a high-level bilateral business dialogue. About 50 major British companies and organizations from sectors including finance, medicine, and manufacturing are expected to take part. Ahead of this visit...
Interesting. Very interesting. He said...
Finance, medicine, and manufacturing.
Finance, medicine, and manufacturing. The medicine thing is very, very, very important because of what has happened recently with the UK and Donald Trump and the US regarding medicine. They've made us pay more for medicine, haven't they? Very, very interesting.
Are expected to take part. Ahead of this visit, China's Commerce Ministry convened a roundtable with British-funded companies operating in China. Chinese officials highlighted new...
Oh my god, can you imagine if we get the bone glue? Oh my god, can you imagine if we get the bone glue? Oh my god.
Opportunities linked to China's 15th five-year plan.
I'll take up rollerblading again if we get the bone glue, you know?
Particularly in services, green transition, and innovation. British representatives noted China's market potential.
Jaguar still makes cars, yes, they do, I think.
Cooperation. The broader data reinforce this picture, with bilateral trade volume reach $103 billion last year. The market potential...
No, the bone glue isn't glue made of bones. Do you not know about this? Do you not know about the Chinese bone glue? Chinese scientists developed bone glue for Oh, you do know. Okay. Well, maybe people in the chat don't know. It's here on the screen already. Chinese scientists developed bone glue for shattered fractures. What is it and how does it work? The adhesive is a dual biomimetic hydrogel made from a network of organic and inorganic components. Caffeic acid, grafted collagen, aminated laponite, and tetra-PEGSC, a chemically activated polyethylene glycol. This combination gives the material dramatic mechanical strength, withstanding up to 98% compression and 600% tensile deformation, allowing it to hold bone fragments in place, even in a blood-rich surgical field. Evidence of effectiveness in preclinical tests, the glue was used in rabbit radius fractures and porcine femur fractures. The treated bones showed over double the biomechanical radiological performance compared with bones fixed using commercial cyanacrylate adhesives. The researchers also found signs of oxidative stress reduction and M2 macrophage polarization, indicating that the adhesive actively supports bone healing and modulates the immune response around the fracture site. The glue gets more solid than the bone to deformation. No. The glue is very, very solid. It sticks the bone together and then the bone heals. The bone glue is so fucking sick. I went on a big research hole for it. It's absolutely insane. The researchers who came up with it were inspired by oysters, because apparently oysters have an incredibly efficient way of healing like cracks in their shell and shit. The glue is basically replaced one-to-one by new bone growth. Yeah. Yeah, it's absolutely phenomenal shit. Oysters and sandcastle worms, yeah. It's just, it's absolutely mad. Medical advancements in the next 20 years are going to be crazy, yeah. No, they really are. They really, really, really fucking are. And again, chat, you know, this isn't necessarily just China, because when you think about fucking other communist socialist countries, Cuba in 2015, 10 years ago, chat, made a vaccine for lung cancer that has like a 75% effectiveness rate. So if you just want to smoke ciggies and not die of lung cancer, you can do that in Cuba. I mean, you got 75%, so it's not, you know, it's not 100%. But they were just like, everyone's smoking ciggies. It's not, you know, we're not like stopping anybody from doing that. So we'll just come up with a vaccine for lung cancer. Insane. Like, this is communism. When you care about people's health. Down on the Gulf Coast of Texas, we used to use ground oyster shells instead of concrete for parking lots and shit. Yeah, there you go. Hey, Zoot. Yeah.
Extends beyond the UK. Following visits by leaders from Ireland and Finland, Starmer is the third European leader to visit China since the start of the year.
Third European to visit China since the start of the year, including that Marx Carney. Yeah. It's happening, chat. It is happening. Amazing what you can do caring about people, not profit. The bone glue solidifies by like something 90% in the first 24 hours. Yeah, no, it's so good. It's so good.
More and more European companies and investors
less than a month
find out there is out of reason to have this so
like Deng is winning. Dengism is winning. That is what's happening. They set out to literally do capitalism better than capitalists by combining socialism and capitalism with a centrally planned fucking government that is dedicated to the cause of communism. It's completely insane.
Called a de-risking policy towards China, because fundamentally both China and Europe,
they're doing it. They're doing capitalism better than us.
Industry chain, and we shared more and more common interests.
Despite turbulence, the UK is signaling a recalibrated approach under Prime Minister Starmer's Labour.
Bro, if we get a green prime minister, if we get a green socialist government in this country that has good relations with China, and China can teach our government how to restructure and do central planning, it's fucking happy days. I hope this signals the death of orcas within the next year or two, yeah. Do you know what I mean? A green prime minister. Imagine the backlash though. What is anybody gonna do? What is anybody gonna do at all? Who's gonna do what? Nigel Farage? He's gonna be like, can you believe what the Greens are doing? It'll just be fucking... Everyone will just have really good material conditions and everything will be fine and no one will complain about anything. Everyone will be like, oh yeah, there were no queues in the NHS. I guess all those lies about foreigners gumming up the fucking waiting list was a lie. If we get a green PM, they need to destroy the press. Yeah, hopefully they would. The billionaires are going to leave. Good. Get rid. See you later, pal. Don't need you. Trade in with China now. They're going to build all of our infrastructure for us. Elias Jabora, Marxist-Leninist specialized in China, says that China isn't doing capitalism. Instead, it's using features present in capitalism, but that don't constitute capitalism. It's because of dialectical materialism, conceives of systems not as a list of features, but something greater than the sum of its parts. Correct. Yes, exactly. That's what Dengism is, right? If you speak to Chinese people, they colloquially call it the mix. You said yourself that the king has real power to stop the forming of a socialist government. Yeah, he probably would do that, yeah. He probably would do that. Also, absolutely nobody left New York, yeah. Yeah, they were talking a lot about that. Yeah, no, that is a real possibility, Kubashi. Like, the king could do that. The king could stop the Greens from forming a government. I don't know. I don't know what would happen in that case. Like, it's hard to see it, right? Do you know what I mean? I think that he would. I think that he would stop a socialist government from forming. But then it's like, if he does that, people would be really pissed off that the king has the power to do that. Because most Brits don't know that, you know what I mean? Well, that's what I mean, yeah. Surely that would be... like, because I was thinking about that since I was talking about it the other day, and I was like, would people really put up with that? Would the Brits actually finally be like, it's over, buddy. It's Republic time. I don't know, man. I think that shit... I think that needs... I just think that a lot of Brits needs to be campaigning on getting rid of the king sooner than that, you know what I mean? Oh, I dozed off, I'm back. Hey, good for you, Queen. Did you see the Australian culture war piss baby who flew to New York to loudly declare Mamdani wasn't his mayor? Yeah, we looked at Drew Pavlou literally 2 days ago, yeah. Most Brits would just say, well, we better replace him with Will. He'll just do the exact same fucking thing. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. It's hard to say. I know that the king would very likely do that, but also, again, I don't know what British people's response would be. And, you know, maybe they would say that. I don't think that it's the majority of people. I don't think let's have a look. King Charles. Can you do this? King Charles popularity rating. He's got a 63% popularity rating. Compared to... what? Who's number one? Kate Middleton? Prince William's more popular, but wait, by how many people? Compared to what? How does this compare to Queen Lizzie? Amazing profile pic. Yeah. Imagine being this guy. They love the Hitler hat shit, don't they? They love that shit. They love to be like, Britain's not a dictatorship. What are you talking about? And then this motherfucker's dressing like Gaddafi. No, sorry, that's an insult to Gaddafi. I think that William's more famous than Charles because he's spoken about in the press more. I think that that's all that it means. The majority love the king and say that they're Anglican. Is that true? I just don't feel that that's true. I just don't think that's right. I feel like the majority of people are just like, the monarchy's just a bit shit and they don't do anything, and also the landlords. I don't think they have the landlord thing, but like when they find out, bro got the regime fit. That's what I'm saying. I think the Greens are smart enough to negotiate with the king, but I don't even know if the Greens would think of this as a possibility, because I don't know if they're thinking about that. I don't think many Brits think about that. It's the stereotype. I guess it's the mainstream media line that we're told. Yeah. I don't think that many people actually like the monarchy. I just don't think, especially with the Prince Andrew shit. Once you go under 50, support for the monarchy drops off a cliff, yeah.
Government.
Go back to tradition and let the king rule. He does. He actually just does, though. Everything that goes through Parliament has to get royal assent. That's another thing as well, chat. Do you know that? Yeah, get rid. It should be get rid. Most people are vaguely approving of the royal family. Yeah. They say, oh yeah, they give us tourism. And it's like, yeah, but they don't. You know... And then there's the famous retort to that, which Val said last time, which is that the Palace of fucking Versailles, where famously the monarch that resided there got his head cut off, gets more tourism than any of the fucking shit in Britain. You know what I mean? I fucking hate Chuckles. Chuckles! The views of the monarchy has been going down for a while. Thank you, Baldwin. When is this? When is this dated? 11th of September. Oh, spicy date to be doing this. Royal Reflections. How British attitudes towards the monarchy have shifted over time. British monarchy traces its origins to Anglo-Saxon times. Public attitudes towards the institution are far from static. 1983, British social attitudes ask people in Britain how important or unimportant they think it is for Britain to continue to have a monarchy. Half of people in Britain think it's very important or quite important for Britain to continue to have a monarchy. This is the lowest figure we've recorded to date and compares with over 4 out of 5 people who said continuing to have a monarchy was important when the question was first asked in 1983. That's so cringe. Can you imagine? In the 80s, people were like, no, we need to have a king. We need to have a queen. That's so mad. That's so wild. Tomorrow is the anniversary of Charles I's execution as it happens. Wait, you mean Charles II? Put a ticket office in the Buckingham Palace gates. They'll bring in plenty of money after they're gone. Yeah, exactly. The Irish president basically has the same powers and responsibilities as the UK's male queen. Male queen! Only we get to vote for them. The current and prior presidents are socialists. Oh, yeah. Catherine Connolly's great, yeah. The UK's male queen is one of the funniest phrases I've ever heard in my entire life. The monarchy will never be the same once they stopped inbreeding. Yeah, that's also true. How have attitudes towards monarchy changed over time? 1983, and then they went right down in 1994. And that's wild, because 1994, this was like Diana mania. Everyone was going crazy about Princess Diana. I was like 5 when Princess Di died, and I cried. My dad was like, what's wrong, son? And I was like, Princess Diana died. And he went, oh, no, it's very sad. And I went, I'm never going to meet her. And he went, no, you're not. Mental. Absolutely ridiculous. Fucking Diana mania. People were buying plates with a face on it and shit. It's crazy. Very or quite important. And then it's like, why did it go up in 2012? That's so weird. Oh, wow. It's got real bad in 2024. That's mental. Yeah, Diana was also shitting on the monarchy as well. Yeah, that's a good point. She was criticizing it as well, wasn't she? The Swiss love lady die? I mean, we did as well. Yeah, 2012 was the Jubilee, and then like here was when Lizzie died. And then wow, that drop off from fucking Lizzie dying is crazy. That's crazy. No, I don't even think Andrew sent it downhill. I don't even think it was Prince Andrew. I think it was when Lizzie died, and people were like, oh, I think people just like had an opinion, you know what I mean? Press broke embargo on the G&D, Gorton and Denton Green candidate if you want spoilers. Yes, who is it? Is it Hannah Spencer, Morton? Chat, we're getting an exclusive on the DJ Muel stream, breaking news. Wait for it. Right. I can't do this. I can't take this seriously. Breaking news. The Green Party have just announced their new candidate for the Gorton and Denton by-election. It's here right on the stream from reporter It's the Morton in the chat. The Green candidate for the Gorton and Denton by-election voted in by 85%. It is Trafford Council councillor, Green Party councillor Hannah Spencer. Oh my god. Okay, there you go. That's enough of that. That was putting me on edge. Fucking hell. Wow. Okay, so yeah, it's gonna be Hannah Spencer. Interesting. Okay. Let's see if there's any other news about this. Let's fucking go. I mean, she's a great candidate. It would have been ridiculous to make it Mothan Ali, for sure. It would have made it absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, there's no We are literally breaking this news right now, chat. There's no other news on the internet about this. This is Morton, our person on the inside of the Green Party, giving us the info straight from the horse's mouth, as it were. I think she's got a good chance of winning. You know? Mothin didn't stand. Yeah, that's smart. Yeah, that's really fucking smart. It would have been very, very silly. Yeah, as long as she just does the Green Party line and she speaks to fucking, you know, to people in the constituency and people go and door knock and shit. Like, I might try and find some time to go and door knock this weekend, then it'll happen and she'll get in, and that it's as simple as that, you know what I mean? The reality with the Green Party is that just like a lot of people don't know what their policies are. So, you know, so that's that. Anyway, thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that. Breaking news info, Morton. That's very exciting, wasn't it, chat? Wasn't that very exciting? Very good stuff. Let's go back to the fucking shitting on the royal family. Via Global notes that King Charles' favorability has increased over the past couple of years from 37% to 41%. With Canadians... Wait, what? I remember turning on the snide cable box at home to Cartoon Network, and there was a notice at the bottom of the screen while watching Dexter's Lab saying switch to Sky News for important news, and Diana had died, and me and Mum being in bits glued to Sky News, and my sister being pissed off wanting to watch Dexter's Lab. Oh yeah, that's so good. Oh, that's so fucking good. Yeah, no, I think Lizzie, like, the thing is about Queen Lizzie is that a lot of people liked her. Yeah, they just saw her as, like, a cool grandma figure, like you say, Lorcan. And that's why she was so popular. Alright, anyway. Anyway, back to the Keir Starmer China stuff. Alright. What's this? Al Jazeera report. Let's hear how Al Jazeera are reporting on this. Let's see if they say anything different. I doubt that they will, but...
And pigeon whistles, sounds rarely heard in modern-day Beijing, greet visitors at the Sound Art Museum. It's the first museum in the world focusing on sound and explores the role it plays in art, history, and music. British-Chinese artist Colin Siu Chinnery co-founded the museum.
Sound is very flexible, and to create projects with sound, you can actually do it in all kinds of ways, in all kinds of settings. And it's the flexibility that goes with flux.
He says that flexibility matters at a time of global change.
Looks very nice.
He'll be watching UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer's visit to China closely. Chinnery says he's travelled between the two countries since 1979, witnessing diplomatic highs and lows.
It really feels really important for me, and it's a ray of sunshine, it's a ray of hope. That there's going to be more positive dialogue.
This museum is a unique collaboration between a British and Chinese person, a shared space built on creativity and exchange. But beyond these walls, the relationship between London and Beijing remains complicated and strained.
Real national security threats.
Last year, Starmer referred to China as a national security risk.
Yep.
Concerns about spying,
he did.
Alleged human rights abuses in Xinjiang, down on democratic freedoms in Hong Kong,
yep.
former British colony, have eroded trust. Beijing rejects those accusations, saying the UK is interfering in its internal affairs.
Correct.
Business leaders warn disengagement comes at a cost.
The UK exports 3 times the amount that it does to Japan, to China, and the value of the economic relationship is just too important for the UK not to engage. China's the world's second largest economy. And the ties are just so strong already in so many different areas.
A business delegation is travelling with Starmer, who's expected to meet President Xi Jinping.
Did you hear how booming that ni hao was? Listen.
A business delegation...
Wait. Xi Jinping with the fucking bass tone voice. Holy shit. My man has got the spirit of Mao and Deng inside him. adding to the weight of his fucking voice. That's crazy, dude.
And the ties are just so strong already in so many different areas.
A business delegation
Fucking ni hao.
is traveling with Starmer, who's expected to meet President Xi Jinping. Beijing wants to portray itself as a
What was that? The UK exports 3 times as much to China as it does to Japan, I think so, yeah.
pragmatic partner for G7 nations. Chinnery hopes
We watched his New Year's address on New Year's Day. Absolute rubbish, yeah.
it will also
He's actually quite soft-spoken, which is why it surprised me.
space for cultural dialogue.
As soon as the political barriers lighten, the whole rhetoric changes, in the media and people.
I think that English people need to start learning loads of different languages. I've been thinking, this is, again, it's why we got Rowie on the stream on Red Planet on Sunday, because it's like, it's something that I've been thinking of for a long time. And not only is it a really convenient secret way to like say things to people that you don't want them to, if you have like a friend that understands Arabic, or if you have a friend that understands Mandarin, you can like say things to them and people are not going to know what you're talking about broadly in the West, right? Because everyone just speaks English like a fucking peasant loser. I think that you should learn like the main language in each region. I think it makes sense to learn, like, I don't know, we were talking the other day about Swahili being like a broad African language for like Southern Africa. Do you not learn a couple of languages at school? I did like 3 on top of English. Yeah, I learned French at school, yeah. Trying to learn Spanish the past year, but even that's hard for me. Yeah, just give it a go. Just give it a go. Yeah, exactly. The entire world knows your language in touristic locations, hotels, and airports. But that I hate that. I hate that. I think it's whiteness, and I think it's white supremacy, and I don't like that. You know what I mean? This is why I try and tell people to learn different languages, even if it's just French, even if it's just fucking Spanish. Even if it's Italian or Russian. But like, try and learn some languages that aren't white. Learn Arabic, learn fucking Mandarin, learn Swahili. Trying to learn German, but it's tough, yeah. Can have its downsides though, speaking foreign languages in Western countries. I got told on public transport by some racist lady to speak English or get out last year. It was pretty shocking. Yeah, but like, if you're a white person, that doesn't mean anything. That's not a downside. That's just like a racist lady trying to be racist to you, and you're just like a white Aussie. But I don't know if you're white, by the way. Sorry for assuming. Like, you might not be white, but like, if you're just like a white guy like me, if you look like me, that's nothing. If a fucking old racist fucking British lady told me to piss off, I'd just laugh at her and go, listen, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You know what you're on about? Like, look, you drop your magazine, lady. Wait, let me find it. Let me find it. Oh, where is it? Where is that fucking... I can never find it. Oh, yeah. Lady, you drop your magazine. You were speaking Bulgarian to your mum. Just mentioning shit like that can happen. Not a downside per se, but shit like that happens is my general point. Yeah, but whatever. Fuck those people. Fuck them. I recommend learning French, English, Spanish, Portuguese. You should be finding half the planet. Learn Arabic, Chinese, and Russian. You should be finding the remaining portion. There you go. There you go. Okay. Let's carry on with this.
Perceptions. Perceptions change when the rhetoric changes.
The signal coming from China, it's ready to deepen practical cooperation.
No, the Ainsley Harriott on that one is fucking... It's ridiculous.
Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera.
It's crazy.
Don't miss out. Get the full...
If only we had a program with the EU, exactly.
News.
Alright, so there's the Al Jazeera report on it. I also want to take a look at this real quick, because this is the Channel 4 report, and I believe there is some extra information in this report, particularly about a certain Chinese expat. Some of you may know who I'm talking about and what I'm referring to, but let's check out the Channel the Channel 4 news report on it.
The golden era of British-Chinese relations, when Britain was comfortable having China investing in the infrastructure, digital infrastructure and energy infrastructure inside Britain, that is long gone and not coming back. But Keir Starmer's very clear. He doesn't want to move to a new era of outright hostility. He wants to find some sort of middle way to the Middle Kingdom. As he arrived at Beijing Airport, Keir Starmer said to the minister waiting to greet him that this was an historic moment. Well, it might not be quite that, but it has been a long time coming. Just how wowed the British public will be by the agreements that are unveiled when he meets President Xi tomorrow, we'll have to wait and see. But he will hope...
Gonna have to tell the USA to eat shit. Keir Starmer will never do that. Keir Starmer will never, ever, ever do that. Schools didn't start teaching us French until we were 10. Absolutely shocking. It's improved now, but awful it was ever that bad. I mean, we had an option when I went to high school. They said you can. We had 3 language classes: Spanish, German, and French. And you could not go to one of them. You could choose one of them to not go to. But even if you chose to not go to it, you could still go, if that makes sense. And then you would learn like the basics for like 2 years until you got to your GCSE, and then it was like, right, you got to choose now. And then I just chose French because I just happened to be the best at French out of all of them. So sign about Trump punching Starmer in the gut and Starmer insisting it's the thing they do is so right. Oh, no, yeah, absolutely. There's no way that he's going to tell the USA anything. Not at all.
Is that this is all about the
back passage delicacies.
Wherever you can to pull any lever that might just help.
Please, sir, may I have another shit in my mouth?
Exports and investment. He's brought a delegation of business people with him that's heavy on...
It's got a horrible mental image.
Arts, culture, sports. It does have some manufacturing in it as well. He knows that any deals negotiated here can sometimes be pretty slow coming to fruition. Here's how he launched this mission.
They say that 8 days is a long time in politics. Try 8 years, because it's 8 years since a British Prime Minister...
They've really started giving him the adrenochrome shots, haven't they? They've really started like giving him like a kick up the arse before he goes to anything, and he's just like, 8 years? 8 days is a long time in politics. Try 8 years. And it's like, fucking hell.
Chinese soil.
Calm down.
And so on this delegation, you're making history. You're part of the...
Release the sausages.
And that's consistent.
You had a teacher that was fluent in Friends in your primary school? That's mad. Yeah, I never had that.
Because we are resolute.
Wait,
about...
what kind of primary school did you go? Did you go to a Catholic or a Protestant one? This is going to be an interesting... Or like a totally secular one. And I know that this is hard. Did you do hymns in assembly? You went to a Church of England one. That's crazy. I went to 2 Church of England primary schools and we didn't have any languages. That's crazy. It must just depend on where you are. That's absolutely mad. But it's just, it never happened. I went to the 2 Church of England, like, just so weird. I don't know. Fucking, whatever, man.
Being outward looking.
Sorry, that might be a factor. Yes, it might be a factor.
About taking opportunities, building relationships, having confidence globally, and always being absolutely focused on our national interest. And it is in our national interest.
I got an A in GCSE French and I know fuck all. I don't think they taught it very well. Don't know if that's changed. No, because I got an A star in GCSE French, and trust me, until I went to France in February last year, I thought that I forgot everything. I thought that I didn't know any French anymore ever. But when I went to France, I was like, oh, I'm starting to like listen to people and I can kind of understand what they're saying. And I can read the words, and if I just take my time, I can understand what a sentence means. And then you start to get really fucking into it again, and you're like, oh my God, I should start listening to fucking French TV shows and shit. Yeah, so trust me, you will remember it. If you manage to get an A at GCSE, because what you got to remember is GCSEs, they don't get marked by like the school, innit? They get marked by like external people who have to follow a thing in order to give you the GCSE.
Everything in international affairs, as ever, is Donald Trump. He's recently fallen out with Britain over Greenland, over Diego Garcia.
Your secondary school had German and French, didn't let you choose which one. So you did German?
Diego
Oh,
Garcia
damn.
goes the same way as Greenland and sort of deflates again as a matter of major concern and dispute. Here, though, one of his concerns will be how Donald Trump has visited retribution on Mark Carney, the Canadian Prime Minister, for coming out here only a short while ago and negotiating a trade deal. Keir Starmer's not doing that, but he won't want to do anything that provokes the angry bear in the White House.
Angry bear in the White House. That's crazy. The angry bear in the White House. That's crazy that they're saying that about Trump now. Like, what do you mean, man? Like, the angry bear in the White House? That's actually a bit fucking mad. Innit? That's absolutely mad.
And well, the Chinese artist and activist.
That's what they say about Putin. Oh, here you go. Right? You ready for this? This is the crazy bit, yeah? Chat, this is the absolutely crazy, more like the mushy mango. Yeah. Chat, this is the crazy bit. This is the crazy bit. Have a look at this.
Gary Gibbon there. Well, the Chinese artist and activist Ai Weiwei recently went back to Beijing after staying away for 10 years. He described it as a personal visit rather than a political one, a chance to spend time with his teenage son and his 93-year-old mother. Now he's in London to talk about his new book on censorship, and he came into our studio this afternoon. Sunflower seeds, an ocean 100 million strong, reflecting the relationship between the individual and the masses. And so for Ai Weiwei, artist and dissident, whose outspoken criticism of his home country China has seen him cast out after a near 30-year campaign of surveillance against him. His early writing suppressed, his posts online censored, and discussion of his work shut down. Like this installation, school backpacks memorializing the names of thousands of children killed in an earthquake. Police intimidation turned into violence. In 2009, he needed emergency brain surgery following a beating by police that he says was intended as a warning. In 2011, Ai was detained by Chinese authorities.
So, a lot of people are very, very critical of the things that Ai Weiwei has said about the Chinese government. And a lot of people have said that he is like a CIA sleeper agent and shit like that, right? Which, I don't know, it might be true, it could be true, but it could also be true that, you know, he just, I don't know, he just like kept pushing and pushing and pushing the state, and that, yeah, he got like attacked by a cop. Like, I totally fucking believe it, you know what I mean? And I'm just kind of like sat here now looking at this news that is focusing on like all of the censorship that Ai Weiwei went through. Like, he wasn't allowed to post his work, he wasn't allowed to get any jobs anywhere, and all this, this, that, and the other. And like, you know, they're saying that he was like exiled, and it's like, oh no, but he's gone back to China. He went to Beijing. Maybe a CIA asset, someone who collaborated with the agency for personal gain or self-preservation, maybe. But like, you know, this is what I mean. It's like, this is why it's hard to believe anything that he says, because he's just gone back to Beijing. He's just gone back. It's like, well, what do you mean? Were you exiled? Were you told to never come back? Did you have your citizenship revoked or anything like that? Like, apparently all that is just like not true. And he went back to Beijing. The reason that he went back to Beijing, I don't think they're going to mention it. He might not mention it in this interview, but apparently the reason that he was disillusioned is because he went to live in Berlin for a bit, and he went out to protest for Palestine, and he saw people getting the shit kicked out of him by like Nazi thugs, state police, you know, for protesting a genocide. So I think that that's what's happened, essentially. I remember when he publicly destroyed old Chinese artifacts. Is that what he did? That's crazy. No, that's insane shit. That's like ISIS. That's like what ISIS do. Okay, yeah, no. he's a fucking knobhead. I didn't know that he did that.
And disappeared for 81 days. But the art continued, art in spite of the risks. Now based in Europe, Ai Weiwei is reckoning with one of the enduring constants of his life, and he says, in ours, censorship.
Ai Weiwei, it's really good to see you again. I want to start with a couple of personal questions. You yourself, of course, were famously subject to censorship, but also your father, a poet. So censorship or being censored runs in your family.
My father is a poet. Then after the new nation born, he is being exiled for 20 years.
That must have hurt.
I can imagine, he is in the highest position as a writer. And then he ended up cleaning the public toilet and being assaulted and being accused as anti-revolution.
Mm-hmm. You've recently been back to China, having not been there for 10 years. China has become very, very good, not just at censorship, but also surveillance, keeping an eye on its population.
Come on, man.
China has been more sophisticated in this kind of censorship, but not only China, in the West, same.
Sorry, Melpert. Just woke him up. He dropped an ancient Han Ming vase and took 3 pictures of himself doing it. Yeah, that is cringe. I didn't know that. That's mad. His dad probably was counter-revolutionary. Yeah, he probably was. He probably was. Who was he a poet for? The emperor? Like, what do you mean? Like,
Because we have AI, we have, satellite, everything will be, can be watched by authority everywhere. And
dropping a Han Dynasty urn. A photographic artwork created by Ai Weiwei in 1995 composed of 3 148 by 120 centimeter black and white photographs. It documents Ai holding, dropping, and standing over the remains of a Han Dynasty urn that was approximately 2,000 years old. Dude, that is so cringe. This is so insane, bro. And he's there like, oh, I can't believe they censored me for this. Dude, this is insane. There's nothing. I know that art is supposed to like provoke a response and shit. I know that like I am an artist, right? I'm a creative person. And I do understand the necessity to like shock and awe people and shit like that. But that's just crazy, man. Like it's an artifact, bro. It's an artifact. He fucked up the first time and then smashed another? No way. He broke 2 urns to complete the series of photographs as the first group of photographs failed to capture the process. Brother, what do you mean? It's shit. Dude, that's the shittest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. What kind of a response does that provoke in me? I don't know, man. It tells me that you don't respect history. Like, I know that, like, the emperors and shit were not, like, cool or based or anything, but that's a piece of history, man. Someone made that 2,000 years ago. He could have just dropped a regular vase and just said, no, I don't think it makes you a fascist to say that this is shit. It's shit. It is art, but it's shit. You know, Hitler made paintings. That's art, right? They were shit. You can say that art is shit. It just reads as like, make a replica, and the message is supposed to be like, we shouldn't hang on to the past, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever, man. Cringe.
Not just in China, but in the West, same.
Is censorship in China driven by power, and is censorship in places like America or the UK driven by corporate greed?
Censorship in China really come from some kind of ideology. They're trying to maintain the stability of the state power. But censorship in the West has really come from the corporative interests.
He just repeated what the fucking journalist told him to say. This is so stupid, man. He's not going to have a good take on any of this stuff. You know?
And those interests also reflects some kind of capitalism ideology. So it's also untouchable.
But in this country...
Okay, well, at least he said the corporate interests represent capitalism. At least he said that.
Still say what I like on, Twitter or X.
No, he can't.
I can write to the newspapers. I can stand on Speaker's Corner.
No, you can't. You can't do that. Like, this is insane. All of the stuff that he's saying, you can't do. You can write to the newspapers, but they won't listen to you. You can stand on Speaker's Corner, but that doesn't have an effect on anything. Literally anything at all. And it's like, oh yeah, I could say whatever I like on Twitter. It's like, no, if you wanted to say the word cisgender, yeah, say free Palestine right now. People are being arrested for holding a placard. That's exactly it. I wonder what Weiwei is going to say to this.
Or X, I can write to the newspapers, I can stand on Speaker's Corner in Hyde Park and, shout my mouth off about the government, and I probably won't end up in jail. That is not the case in China.
It's different. In China, maybe a little voice can make you vulnerable, but here you make a lot of voice, but nobody care. So your voice...
He's right.
...is not relevant.
A few years ago, it was still fashionable to talk about, and I think last time we met, we had this conversation, autocracy versus democracy. China in one corner, America in the other. Is that a discussion that is still taking place?
I think no longer you can distinguish who's a democracy and who's dictators or there's no clear line anymore.
Do you think that we are heading for a civilizational confrontation between China and America over something like Taiwan?
I don't think so.
This is the most incoherent interview of all time. Matt Frey he's the worst. I don't know how long he's been doing this for. He's glossing over his answers that criticize the West. Yes, for a start. But also, he's like trying to feed him this stuff. And he's so out of touch. He doesn't understand any of it. Like, this is the same guy that was interviewing Omid Jalili, being like, oh, you're an expert on Iran. Tell us all about Iran. Just mental.
Because I think I cannot tell which one is more civilized. There's no business for
he doesn't know
to be part of that kind of argument between China and Taiwan, and they will solve the problem by themselves.
He's completely right. That's so weird.
It sounds like you've made...
I literally got a parcel today from Taiwan, and underneath it said the Republic of China, based.
Or peace with the Chinese government. Is that the case?
Well, I cannot make peace with any government, and I don't think they even would accept my proposal because they would all know I'm not trustful. Because I'm an individual. I have my own individual opinion. I'm not on any side, or I will not on any side.
So he's a radical centrist. Very cool, Ai Weiwei. Very, very cool. But it is very funny that he's like, nah, actually, the West is just as bad. The interviewer asked these questions like an insufferable deeb atting Grok. Yeah, no, he did do that. Absolutely insane. Hey, Alejandro. Hey, Demittin as well. One brought 800 million people out of extreme poverty in 70 years. The other took 700 years. Yes, correct.
Wait, thank you very much.
That was a crazy interview. That was so insane. British PM samples regional Chinese cuisine in Beijing. He wished people in the restaurant a Happy New Year. It's not Chinese New Year yet, is it? When is it Chinese New Year? It's like February the... Wait, hang on a minute. Is it Chinese New Year? Yeah, it's 17th of February. I thought it was. Taylor Lorenz just did a video about Gen Z becoming China-pilled. Taylor Lorenz! Now, that's impressive. I'm getting more and more impressed with Taylor Lorenz as time goes by. Yeah, year of the horse, the year of endlessly driving forward. You know what that means for China, chat. You know what that means for socialism. You know? Endlessly driving forward. Alright, okay. How do they decide the animal? It's a zodiac, dude. It's every 12 years. There's like 12 animals. Like I was born in the year of the snake, 1989. Okay. Alright. That's that. What are we on? 4 hours? 11 o'clock? Let's finish with the Kavernacle video. It's React Thursdays, you know? Let's take a look. Mr. Beast is helping the Mormon church do propaganda.
Back to another video from the president of the I Hate Mr. Beast Club.
You're an ox, you're a horse, hell yeah.
About Mr. Beast collabing with a new entity. So we've seen him do propaganda, like literal propaganda for the Saudi Arabian government, setting up a theme park in Saudi Arabia.
You're the right represent, hell yeah. Also, hi Monkey Sputum, hi Tacoma Blues.
Mr. Beast has been cut a fat little check from the Saudi government, drenched in blood, and he has no issue with it. But also, what has been curious about Mr. Beast for the longest time is he does a lot of charity work in like places like Africa, West Africa specifically. A lot of people who work for his charity are white South African. His girlfriend is white South African as well. And people often ask Mr. Beast, like, you know, why don't you do more charity work in America on like social issues in America if you care so much about charity? And also they've asked him, like, why don't you help out Palestine? Which he said he was trying to do something, but he obviously wasn't. He's just saying that for PR.
Oh, I was just trying. It's so hard to help Palestine. I just don't know what to do. I just don't know what to do. It's so crazy when people say that, bro. If Mr. Beast just made a video saying that genocide shouldn't happen and Israel is committing genocide, it would have such a broad impact on so many people. With his audience, you know what I mean? Like,
Mr. Beast is absolutely full of
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do to help Palestine. Just make a video, bro. You don't even have to donate any money.
And if he wanted to help with Palestinian stuff right now, he's in bed with the Saudi government. So I'm sure you could probably do something in Saudi Arabia, or someone could connect you with a Saudi Arabian group who help with Palestinian stuff, but doesn't seem like he wants to. But also something I feel like there is
too busy associating with sex pests. That's true.
Kind of like
he does like that, doesn't he?
Mr. Beast seems to be involved in some capacity with the Mormon church. And
yeah, he's got so much reach.
Such a perfect parallel to Mr. Beast, because Mr. Beast represents just like content creation distilled into just like a capitalist.
He tried to do a Mr. Beast $1 million if you can escape Gaza. Oh my god, he would do that. He actually would do something like that, wouldn't he?
Products, right? And a capitalist brand, like completely soulless, completely done for clicks and profit. Where the Mormon church kind of resembles that in terms of religion, in that it's like a Christian religion. But despite its relatively small size, it is literally, by some estimates, one of the wealthiest religions, because the Mormon church essentially acts like both the mob.
Besides knowing his audience is mostly kids, I assume they all know that what Israel is doing is bad. Not necessarily. I mean, like... I mean, most of the world knows that now, don't they? Most of the fucking world kind of knows that, yeah.
So even beyond its problems with, like, misogyny, racism, homophobia, which it has a well-documented history of having all those things, it basically completely runs Salt Lake City, owns so much property, and just has an insane amount of wealth. Both extracts an insane amount of wealth from its followers, and just makes so much money through all its investments, which is...
Oh, by the way, chat, did you see this? This is pretty funny. Italian TV presents an image from the 1990 mobster movie Goodfellas as a genuine image of an Iranian family before the Islamic Revolution.
Regime vengono condivise le foto della sua vita, diciamo, normale precedentemente. E poi chiudo con questo trend, quale vengono
So can Robert De Niro? How do they not know? Hey, Ezron. It's so good. It's so good. Oh, fuck me, man. Yeah, I just had to share that with you. That's funny as hell.
It's often siphoned off by the higher-ups.
There's also been all of these... didn't we see the... Did we show that on stream? Did I talk about that on stream? Like the Israeli lady who was being shown on Israeli television as being killed in the Iranian Revolution by the state. Not Iranian Revolution, the Iranian protests by the state. And there's like an Iranian lady now who's had that happen as well. It's like showed up on Israeli TV and she's like, oh, not Israeli TV, I think just like Western TV, is like someone who's died in Iran. And she's just like, no, I'm alive. Mental. Let's not forget the Book of Mormon states God made bad people black, and when they repented, they could become white again. Fuck Mormons. Oh no, yeah, absolutely. It's an absolutely insane religion. Completely insane. The stuff that they say about queer people as well is terrible. Good night, Steph. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for supporting me. Appreciate you. See you in a bit.
Leadership of the Mormon Church to personally enrich themselves. But beyond that, Mr. Beast is also collabing with the Mormon Church on his own charity work, and Mr. Beast's most high-profile charity endeavours, Team Seas and Team Water, are also done in collaboration with another YouTuber called Mark Rober, who is also a Mormon as well. And I'm not saying the Mormon Church is funding this guy's YouTube channel or anything like that, but the
Your pal was indoctrinated him when he was sectioned. Fucking hell.
There's so many, especially
that's fucked.
Mormon influencers on social media in America, and I feel like there is more to this story. I feel like this is just like a little red flag going off in my head, and I feel like there is a bigger Mormon collaboration with Mr. Beast. So all of that coming up for you today. But if you like this video after you've liked it, please either like, maybe subscribe to the channel. If you want to support my work, check out YouTube memberships and
subscribe to Cav Chat. He's great.
And if you want to follow me on social
I'm sure you all already do anyway.
On Twitter, but also on Instagram. So we've already spoke about like his charity work and how it's just pure PR for himself, because he clearly has no morals beyond enriching himself and maybe becoming president one day. But even YouTube promoted this. The 5th of September 2025, Mark Rober and Mr. Beast are rallying YouTube creators for Team Water. We're thrilled to congratulate Mr. Beast and Mark Rober and thousands of other YouTubers around the world who rallied together for Team Water. Together with their fans, in partnership with WaterAid, they achieved an ambitious goal, raising over $40 million in just 31 days to bring clean water to 2 million people. And they did the media rounds like they had before when they did Team Seas. They did the media rounds, went on every high-profile show, and with the Clean Water program, they also did that as well. So Mark Rober is also like a very popular YouTuber who has been collaborating with Mr.
People being very, very normal. Very, very normal about Green Party candidates in Manchester on Twitter. Not only are they trying to imply that someone who looks like this should be ridiculed. Oh, Labour. Oh, they're saying... Oh, wait, hang on. Labour to be confirmed. The Green Party... Right, okay. They're saying that someone who looks like this is, like, all of a sudden disqualified from politics, right? Reform, UK, Matt Goodwin, 44, with strong ties to Greater Manchester. Green Party, Melissa Poulton, she, they, transgender, age unknown, no known links to Manchester. insane, because we know that Matt Goodwin's strong ties to Manchester is that he studied here for 2 years and then went to fucking study in Bath and fucking Kent and in Ontario for fucking 10 years, and then he came back and worked for 2 years, and then he left and went somewhere else, you know. But also, this isn't the Green Party candidate. It's not this person. I don't even know if this person exists or not. So yeah, it's people being super normal. British patriot, probably a cook for America, absolutely. Yeah, why would you want a prick in a suit? Exactly.
In these charity works. And although he hasn't spoken a lot about his Mormon faith, he has done stuff at BYU. I've met some people at university who went to his university as well because they were ex-Mormons.
St Albans, Hertfordshire, almost Manchester City Centre, yeah.
Like the code of conduct there. It basically is a Mormon university. Like, you don't have to be Mormon to go to it, but it is pretty much a Mormon university. So on their website, they say, go behind the scenes with Mark Rober at the BYU and the world's tiniest Nerf blaster. So just a video where they talk about him having gone to the Brigham Young University, which he graduated from in 2004. So he went back in 2023. So you could say that's just him having a connection with the university, and that's fair.
Chat, I've got more good news. There's more footage of French pompiers fighting the cops. More good news. Fucking hell yeah. 27 seconds of heaven, chat. Are you ready? Fuck yeah, dude. Oh yeah, mate. Yeah, mate. Oh yeah, mate. Fucking mint. I disavow. This is so political violence. I would never. Shaking my head so everyone knows I disagree with this. Shaking my head so everybody knows that I completely disagree with that kind of politics.
Fair enough, but you know, because of the Mormon links, and also just a side tangent, I went on their like rules for the university, and I'd never been aware of this before. So students are required to conduct themselves in a manner consistent with the CE.
Matt Goodwin built his career slamming right-wing populism, didn't he? What made him go native, so to speak? It's going to be money. It's going to be money. Yeah, you know, I always say someone who studies politics at university is wanting to make a career out of politics, aren't they? And when you look at like the grift opportunities, there's very little grift opportunities on the left. You can grift to the left if you want, if you think that, you know, I don't know, like, if you think it's going to make you money, but it kind of isn't. I'm speaking from experience, you know? Like, a lot of experience. And he's going to have seen that grifted to the right is a lot more profitable. And that's why he became a GB News host. And it's very easy to do it, you know what I mean? It's like the path of least resistance. He also understands fascism like entirely. Like, he did write books on we found this out last night, wasn't it? He wrote books on Nick Griffin, the rise of the BNP in the UK, and what British fascism is like. And so he understands it quite broadly. And so he's able to just like repeat the talking points, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, you dropped it in the chat, Luna, yeah. It's institutionally backed. Sometimes I wish I had fewer principles so I could grift. No, I don't. I don't. I genuinely would much rather believe in the truth and honesty of the science of revolutionary optimism and communism, internationalism, third worldism, Ho Chi Minh thought, you know, Juche, all these various different truths that we have seen that are completely necessary and going to happen. And I don't think I could ever live a lie.
Honor code, including living a chaste and...
I would much rather be poor and correct than rich and lying and essentially encouraging stochastic terrorism, because that's what a lot of the right does, isn't it? You know what I mean?
respecting others, abstaining from using or possessing alcohol, beverages, tobacco, that's fair, but then tea and coffee, vaping, fair enough, and substance abuse both on and off the premises. Involvement with gambling, adult content, erotic, indecent or offensive material, obscene or indecent conduct or expressions, disorderly or disruptive conduct, or any other conduct or action inconsistent with the CES honor code is not permitted. So I just thought that was a funny tangent because Mormon abstinence seems more extreme than like a lot of Islamists and stuff, because they even extend their ban on haram things to coffee and tea as well. So when that like water talk thing went viral, remember all those people making like these crazy sodas,
soaking and hiring a shaker is right.
Because
are they called shakers? I thought they were called jumpers. Is it a shaker or a jumper? I can't remember. Soaking, Mormon, soaking, jumping. It is jumping. Jumper humper. That's what they call it. They jump so you hump. Jump humping. Yeah. Yeah. I'm bringing it up again, chat. I'm bringing it up again. We brought this up on the stream like at some point earlier this year. Here it is again. Hello, I heard of a thing called jump humping, which means that during soaking, a third person could be jumping on the bed to create friction. Is this true? Yes, it is true. It's a living. Like a Flintstones animal. In the context of soaking, a shaker refers to a person who provides external motion. So I guess they also call them shakers, but yeah, I think jump humping or shaker is equally correct. Hey, Risky Biscuit.
Often drink because they're not allowed things like tea or coffee. I mean, I don't mind the ban on alcohol, tobacco, and vaping. Like, hot take, I could make this in another video. I actually think those things, in an ideal world, should be banned as well, or people shouldn't have them. But I just
damn fucking Stalinist Cav.
You have to follow even if you're not a Mormon. So that is one guy who is a Mormon that Mr. Beast has worked on.
That's not really Stalinism though, is it? What would you call that? Just like super authoritarian, ban all substances.
High profile charity events. So that could be nothing. It could be absolutely nothing. But here's another part of this. So if you go on Mr. Beast's philanthropy page, his sponsors,
cringism.
So it's like to have the supporters listed on this page. So one of them is the Liver King. So the Liver King is that crazy influencer who pretended he only ate like a caveman diet or a fake caveman diet.
Hell yeah, bro.
Caveman diets weren't just
Puritanism. Yeah, that's what it is. Hey V from TO.
And liver, of course. And even on the Mr. Beast charity page, they said Darren met the Liver King and he pledged 100k to Beast Philanthropy on the spot. So this guy has had a huge downfall. He seemed to have just had his brain melted
Prohibition.
by steroids, because obviously it came out that he was taking all these supplements, even though he said he wasn't. And then
there's no way that you're looking like that. And I don't mean like looking hench, but like so red in the face with all the veins. There's no way that you're looking like that without taking fucking steroids.
He was actually arrested for threatening Joe Rogan on Instagram as well.
That's right.
So he's had quite a big downfall, but he's still up on the website as a sponsor. This is like screenshots from like yesterday. But then we have to get to the Mormon side. So on their Twitter page, they write, "We often asked, how can we help? Our response is usually to be kind, help others, to support one another."
Don't forget the ab implants. Did he have ab implants? That's crazy.
Liking and subscribing to our channel is already directly supporting our causes and pushing this kindness movement forward. However, we now have another way in which you can make an impact. And
oh my God.
Philanthropy, but also help yourself. We recently partnered with Just Serve, an app that helps
Liver King's 60 grand cosmetic surgery that was left out of the Netflix documentary. Brian Johnson amassed millions of social media followers for showcasing his extreme lifestyle online, including eating testicles, adhering to 9 strict rules he claimed were the essential ingredients for a healthy life. Posted under the moniker The Liver King, the TikToker heavily promoted the ancestral way of living, which claimed cured his 2 sons of respiratory issues. Insane. Living like humanity's ancestors did was how he achieved his sculpted physique. Yeah, but like our ancestors, I hate it when they say this stuff, man, because like our ancestors ate like grains and nuts and berries and shit, and very, very, very rarely ate meat. At one point, he casually mentioned he have to give himself enemas because he got so constipated so often. Yeah, good diet. Also, didn't it come out that he didn't have that diet? And he was eating McDonald's and shit as well? Or am I thinking of someone else? Despite the fallout, still maintains Netflix documentary. What it fails to mention is a £60,000 cosmetic surgery lie told by The Star. The Liver King caused mass confusion among his fan base after he claimed to have had ab implants during an appearance on the Full Send podcast. In a post on his website, he attempted to set the record straight and insist the experimental procedure he purported to have was a joke. Personally, I thought it was funny as fuck. They actually believed me. Oh yeah, I love lying. It's so funny to just lie. Yeah, I was just joking, bro. Turns out millions of people believed me. They actually started believing that I had ab implants, dude. Come on, man. This is so stupid. Fucking hell. What are you on about? What are you on about?
To match volunteers.
He looks so cozy. He's having a good time. Yeah.
All your interests and when you can be available. The app will then offer a list of opportunities to best suit you. We believe that volunteering and helping other people is one of the greatest things that you can do, not only for others, but for yourself. And then it puts the link. So Just Serve is what they say it is. It is this app for connecting you with like volunteer work. But what they didn't outline in their Twitter post, it's something that was created by the Mormon Church. So if you actually go on their sponsors, above the Liver King, it's not Just Serve that sponsors them. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's the way. Saints seeks out and renders aid to all, without regard to religious affiliation, race, or nationality. The church, its members, and its friends have combined their donations with volunteer efforts to relieve suffering and build self-reliance.
Organizing is the best thing to do.
If you click the link, it takes you to the Mormon Church.
Go off to get some meat and just get eaten by a tiger, yeah.
It's suspicious and funny that when they promote the Mormon Church's volunteering app, they don't actually tell anyone it is from the Mormon Church. But if you go on the website, you can go to the Mormon Church's website. So obviously what the Mormon Church have done, and Mr. Beast doesn't give a shit about, is they've sponsored Mr. Beast, they've paid him a bunch of money, and he's promoted his app on his social media pages without telling people what it is, and then on his actual page, he's actually promoting the church itself. If you need another reason to like just see Mr. Beast has like no morals when it comes to who he collabs with, like he will literally collab with everyone. He'll promote the Saudi government and then he'll promote the Mormon Church. This guy's just collecting like bad organizations and nation states like Thanos.
He is doing that, like Thanos.
So if you go on the Just Serve Advisory Council, it has like multiple different people on it, but of course it is run by someone who's a Mormon. It also has someone who runs Israel Aid, which is an Israeli aid organization as well, which from my research...
An Israeli anal organization. What the fuck?
It's a liberal Zionist organization, which has recently been saying good things about the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation and also about the...
I wonder why the Mormons... I wonder if the Mormons pulled a Mossad and blackmailed Mr. Beast.
Many Israeli aid organizations as like a soft tactic to control Palestinians, but I can make a whole video on that. And then on the ex-Mormon subreddit, there's a post here saying, any thoughts on Just Serve? For the record, I'm not and I've never been a Mormon, so I'm reaching out. There's a local community garden I discovered through customer interaction at work, and she told me they use Just Serve to get volunteers. I decided to look into it because I've wanted to help my community and was disappointed to see the site was run by the church. The thing is, the actual garden is run for our Parks and Rec community and community garden organisation, and all produce gets donated to a secular food bank. As far as I can tell, this is the only way to volunteer. Are there any reasons to not go through with it? And then a post saying, after my brother resigned from the church and the missionaries finally stopped dropping by his house, he participated in a community service event sponsored by the United Way at a local ward building. To be clear, it was not a church-sponsored activity, it was just held at their building. Shockingly, the church tracked community volunteers and suddenly men from the ward were ringing his doorbell once again. I would be very wary of using this service, as by my brother's experience, they use it as a source of
That's crazy.
To try and convert new members.
That's crazy, man.
Not surprising.
Normal
so
fucking Mormon shit.
We know about the Mormon Church and how it's run, and also community pressure on, you know, even joining or staying part of that church. Is it really surprising they might use data from this volunteering app to potentially recruit new members or try and re-recruit people who've left the church? I would say that is not surprising. But what is clear is, just like how Mr. Beast use this charity work as his own personal PR to deflect criticism of all just the insane shit he's done, the Mormon Church also uses charity as a PR thing to spread the Mormon religion, and also often for tax reasons, like many organizations and rich people do. So yeah, like Mr. Beast is bad for a whole host of reasons, so put the collaboration with the Mormon Church and promotion of the Mormon Church as another thing that makes Mr. Beast bad. But since we're on the topic of Mormon charity, this article was by CBS before they were taken over by Trump goons. Mormon who left Wall Street to work for a charity blows whistle on what he says is the church's clandestine hedge fund, just talking about a lot of their wealth and how they're really not clear about it with even their followers. So I just want to talk about this quick because I feel like it's relevant. One of the closest guarded secrets of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints has been its wealth. In this report, you will hear for the first time about its remarkable size from a former manager at the church's investment firm. David Nielsen says that during his 9 years managing money at the church firm, the value of its investments ballooned past $100 billion.
That's crazy. $100 billion. What the fuck?
That would make it the largest treasure held by any religious fund in America. But instead of spending that money to do good, David Nielsen alleges it was used in ways that bent the law and broke the faith. He says, I thought I was going to work for a charity. I thought that's what my skills were going to do, was help build the charity and do good with things. And the funds were never used for that. It was really a clandestine hedge fund.
Insane.
Once the money went in, it didn't go out. Nielsen was a senior portfolio manager from the investment arm of the church.
Big money to be made in heresy. Yeah.
In 2009, Nielsen, who says he was a devout Mormon, was recruited away from a lucrative job on Wall Street to work for the firm, a block from church headquarters in Salt Lake City. But he grew troubled by what he saw. He says the firm used false records and statements to masquerade as a charity, stockpiling money and misleading church members. Every year, the church collects an estimated $7 billion in contributions from its 17 million members. The church expects its members to contribute about 10% of their income, a practice known as tithing. Whatever is left over, about $1 billion a year, is put into a reserve fund at Ensign Peak and invested. Because Ensign Peak is registered as a non-profit, it all grows tax-free. David Nielsen says it was created in 1997. The reserve fund has swelled beyond $100 billion, twice the size of Harvard's endowment or the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
That's
you
crazy.
could solve big problems with $100 billion,
Oh, yeah.
says, and I thought we were going to change the world. And
What's the world hunger that you figure? You could solve world hunger with $8 billion or something? I can't remember.
Through the bank account. Publicly, church leaders call it a rainy day fund, but in 2013, Nielsen says one of his bosses shared this document at a meeting that showed $1.4 billion from the fund going into a mall being built in a land owned by the church, and $600 million was used to prop up the for-profit church-owned insurance company called Beneficial Life. Nielsen says he hit his breaking point in 2018 after a website called Mormon Leaks linked church members to companies that existed only on paper. Those shell companies held billions of dollars in stocks and bonds. Outside the church leadership was those assets were actually controlled by Ensign Peak. Nielsen says the firm called an emergency meeting. Nielsen saying that the explanation from members in the firm was the entities were to hide the assets from the members. The chief investment officer said that if we were to change and start reporting these securities in our own name, it would bring undue attention to the firm. I said, what do you mean potentially damaging? And he said, Dave, we're going to lose our tax-exempt status. I knew in that moment I was in the wrong place. And Nielsen resigned in 2019 and filed a 74-page whistleblower complaint with the IRS alleging that Ensign Peak violated its tax-exempt status by moving money to for-profit.
Yeah, but chat, have you seen this? He's fucking loving it. And yeah. Eh?
Businesses. So
Look, he's looking where my hand's gone.
Beyond the Mormon Church,
It's here.
Many Christian religions having very, very backwards views on social issues. The Mormon Church reminds me a lot of the Italian mob and people like Jimmy Hoffa and the Union and what they did with the Union pension fund. It reminds you of a lot of these organizations.
He's sourced up on scritchies.
It's just basically like a giant corporation to hand out investments to people who are linked to the Mormon Church and to
hand coming out of his neck.
loads and loads of wealth for the church, which the leadership of the church obviously used to enable them to live these very lavish lifestyles. And also, you know, them taking 10% of everyone's income who are Mormons as well is just another part of that scam, which most people know. That article was in 2023, but Mr. Beast collabed with them in 2024. So most people know the Mormon church is controversial. And if you have like a legit charity organization, you don't really want to part with the Mormon church. I would say you wouldn't want to partner with most churches. You wouldn't want to partner with the Catholic Church. You wouldn't want to partner with like the Church of England. You wouldn't want to partner with any group that is fairly exclusive and often use their charity work as a conversion tool for people who aren't in their religion.
Hey, Icky Drugs, what's the TLDR on the Scottish thing? The US basically abducted they abducted 2 captains of the Russian oil tanker that they seized on the 7th of January that but they had no jurisdiction to do so because they were being held. There was an appeal sent by one of the oil tanker's wives, and there was a lawyer representing her in Scotland who sent an appeal to a judge to say, can you stop them from being extradited? And that was granted, apparently, but then like literally 3 or 4 hours after, the US military just like took them to the fucking States, basically. He's obsessed with scritchies today. Are you sure? Are you sure you want more? Yeah. Okay, if you say so.
I'd say you'd probably want to stay away from most religions, but it becomes, I think, even more controversial when you have this one religion which is so American
in its
foundation and even how it operates, which just feels like a giant scam financially as well for people who maybe don't believe in God, a bit of a scam maybe spiritually or like socially as well. So yeah, I feel like there is more to this story. I feel like the Mark Rober connection isn't by accident. Like Mr. Beast isn't actually a Mormon himself, but I feel like there is more to this story rather than just him collaborating on their charity stuff. I thought I'd bring attention to it. I thought I'd talk about the Mormon stuff a little bit. But let me know what you guys think in the comments. And if you made it this far, thank you for watching.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Yes. There you go. That's it. Chat. Today is my Streamer Friday. And I'm clocking off a little earlier than usual. Although this would have been the normal length of streams that I was doing last year. So you've still gotten a full stream out of me. Technically. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here today. It's been really, really good. So amazing to see the community growing so much. Obviously, like, big up to you, Gopnik, Madeline Pendleton, Rob Rousseau, all the people who've been raiding me loads. Struggle 4, Sean the Black. Bunch of people fucking raiding me recently to like help me out and shit like that, and obviously just people remembering that I exist and coming back and this, that, and the other. I will be back on Sunday with Red Planet, where we're going to be talking to Brett, who you might know as Cinemarxism, who's going to be talking to us about organizing ICE Rapid Response. So you come here for the memes, you come here for the news, you come here to hang out with me. I'm always talking about organizing. You want to learn about organizing, come and listen to Red Planet. There's the links in the chat. Follow us on YouTube, follow us on Twitch. We'll be live Sunday at 8 p.m. UK time, 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And it's like 9 a.m. or something in fucking New Zealand and Australia, or like West Coast Australia kind of shit. So please head over. It'll be a really, really good conversation. I can't wait to speak to Brett. It's obviously really, really pertinent to talk about ICE Rapid Response organizing. And don't go anywhere, because we are going to go on a raid right now. We're going to go and raid Joan Adams. She is taking a look, doing some reacting to various different... I think she's looking at some video essays and shit now. So we're gonna go and raid her. Join me with for the raid. Join me with the raid message and shit like that. Thank you so much for all the support today and this week. Thank you so much for all the thank you so much for all the subs. Thank you so much for all the donos. Thank you so much for all the follows. Thank you so much for all the bits. thank you so much just for being here and hanging out in the chat. VOD watchers, thank you so much for watching on the VOD. Lurkers, thank you for lurking. And I will see you all on Sunday. If I don't see you on Sunday, if you can't make it, I'll be back here Monday.
Hello, me old chum.
Same UK time, 6 p.m. Same your time, same your place. Check out my socials, check out my YouTube channels in the meantime as well and shit. And yeah, I'll see you all there. Thank you for the follow at the end there. I'll see you soon. Stay excellent to each other. Peace. Mwah.